Chapter 1138. The last old man opened his eyes and said coldly, "The Dalan temples Yuan Tian, Yuan Dao, Yuan Ming, and Yuan Wu were famous in Jianghu back then. They were the famous four protectors of the Dalan temple. For the sake of the Shundao sect's legacy, we didn't dare to show our faces. How could we have any reputation? Even if we stood in front of the people of Jianghu, no one would know." Haha. Taoist master, how Yun's words raise the prestige of others and destroy your own morale. Bai Yanqiu smiled like a flower and said, "If Taoist master Hao Yun says that you are the mysterious cultivator who seriously injured the Dalan temple's master Yuan Tian decades ago, then who in Jianghu would know?" Haha. Hearing this, Taoist master Hao Yun's face showed a smug expression. Seriously injuring the Dalan temple's abbot and then dying without treatment was one of his earth-shattering achievements in his early years. He couldn't help but feel proud. It can't be that much. Master Yuan Tian's cultivation is very high. Back then, he underestimated me, so I took advantage of him. Although Yuan Tian died, I was also injured and will need to recuperate for several years to recover. Taoist master, you are too modest. Wait until our sect destroys this immortal mansion and our name shakes the world. That will be the day you can hold your head high. It's all the world of you young people. What hope do we old people have? If it weren't for the importance of this matter, why would we be willing to come out? Taoist master Hao Feng waved his hand and thought for a moment before asking, "In this martial assembly, did you see Abbess Xu Qing and Abbess Xu Jia?" Bai Yanqiu's face showed surprise again, but then he covered his mouth with his hand and sighed. "I heard that the two elders of the incense cult passed away a long time ago. Could it be that they were like the Dalan temple's master Yuan Dao and the others, and also cultivated in seclusion? Bai Zhongmen, although you have stepped into the path of immortality, the mysteries of the path of immortality are far beyond your current cultivation. The immortal Dao was different from the martial Dao. It could only temper one's inner strength and increase one's cultivation. One could flaunt one's bravery in the pugilistic world and be in the limelight for a period of time. When one cultivates the immortal Dao to a high level, not only can one overturn rivers and seas with a raise of one's hand, one can even prolong one's lifespan. Then, wouldn't they all become immortals?" Bai Yanqiu was somewhat disdainful, but his face was still respectful. "If what Hao Yu said is true, then where did the people of the Tao of immortality go? Sigh, the world has changed and vital energy has been annihilated. We cultivators of the immortal Tao have lost the foundation of our existence. How can we live forever?" Taoist master Hao Yu sighed and said, "What I just said is only the phenomenon of the cultivation of the Tao of immortality reaching the pinnacle. But even our Shundao sect's founder, Wan Wuxin, did not reach such a realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to use a primordial spirit projection to pass down his Tao teachings." "What level is the primordial spirit projection at?" Bai Yanqiu asked curiously. "I don't know." Taoist master Hao Yu shook his head. "Maybe it wasn't the pinnacle of the realm in ancient times, but now it's already the cultivation of an immortal. Then, as one's cultivation of the Tao of immortality deepens, will one's lifespan also increase?" Bai Yanqiu probed. "Exactly. But how can an ordinary cultivation have such an effect? That's why my fellow disciples, the 3 monks of the Dalan temple, and Xu Qing and Xu Jia of the incense sect all quietly cultivate, hoping to break through the realm and prolong our lifespan in one fell swoop. I 3 Taoist masters, this disciple, has disturbed your cultivation. I hope you can forgive me." Bai Yanqiu hurriedly got up and bowed. "Hee, it's fine. Taoist master Hao Yu waved his hand and said, "The immortal mansion is a matter of great importance. Even if you didn't say anything, we would have left the mountain." "What do you mean?" Bai Yanqiu asked curiously. "The immortal mansion, who knows what's inside? How can we not be curious about something that even ancestral master Huan covets? Even if we can't take back the immortal mansion and make it the foundation of our Shundao sect's inheritance, as long as we can get the ancient Tao of immortality pills inside, we might be able to break through our current bottleneck and advance our cultivation to the next level." Taoist Master's lifespan will also increase. Correct. Taoist Master How You continued. If there's some kind of immortal pill that can prolong one's life, we only need one. Wouldn't all our problems be solved? Life-prolonging pill? Bai Yanxiu exclaimed. Does the immortal mansion really have such a legendary pill? Maybe, maybe not, but as long as there's a chance, who would give it up? Taoist Master How You laughed. That's right. Taoist Master is right. Bai Yanxiu's face flushed red. He raised his head and asked, Li, what about the Righteous Alliance and incense cult's actions? Li Su was listening to Bai Yanxiu and the three Taoist masters talking. He didn't expect to be suddenly asked, as if he didn't hear it at all. Not only Li Su, but even Liang Songxiu and the others were intoxicated. It was as if the legendary thing was about to happen to them. Li? Bai Yanxiu asked discontentedly. I'm asking you. Oh, sect leader. Li Su came to his senses and hurriedly replied, What I heard was really unimaginable. I've learned a lot. Please forgive me, sect leader.
Haha, it's all right.
Not only you, but even I was enlightened after hearing Taoist Master's words. I know the importance of the immortal mansion this time. Fortunately, I had the primordial spirit projection of Ancestor Huan to remind me between the clouds and the water, so I got the upper hand. The chances of getting the immortal mansion or entering the immortal mansion in advance have greatly increased. When the time comes, as long as there are benefits, all of you will be my disciples between the clouds and the water.
How can I leave you out?
Thank you, sect leader. Li Su and the others were overjoyed and bowed to thank him. There's no need. Li, what about the incense cult and the Righteous Alliance? Sect leader, the Righteous Alliance came a little late. They've set up camp on the west side of Yao Mountain. There are about 200 disciples now. I heard that the several thousand disciples of the Righteous Alliance who stayed at Misty Peak were all captured by the disciples of the Misty School. None of them escaped. Zhang Sen suffered such a big loss at the hands of the incense cult, but he didn't go looking for trouble with the incense cult or the Misty School. That's strange. Sect leader, if it weren't for the immortal mansion, I'm afraid Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance would have flipped out long ago. However, the several thousand disciples didn't lose their martial arts or their lives. Zhang Sen only has to spare some time in the future to kill them. Isn't he afraid that the Misty School's Zhang Xiaohu won't hand over the several thousand disciples? Li Su laughed. Li is right. The Misty School took advantage of the Immortal Mansion incident. Bai Yanxiu nodded. Oh, right. What about the Misty School? Didn't they come to Yaoshan with the incense cult? According to the disciples' report, everything in Misty Peak is normal. However, about 10 days ago, the exiled Huyuni brought another group of disciples of the Misty School back. I think the disciples of the Misty School are now racking their brains over who should be the leader of the Misty School. That's right. In Misty Peak, the disciples of the Misty School led by Zhang Xiaohu, the disciples of the Misty School led by Huyuni, and the disciples of the incense cult led by Ming Qing. Yes, there are also several thousand disciples of the Righteous Alliance who were captured. These people are in a mess. How can they spare the energy to come to Yaoshan? Perhaps only when the incense cult's abbess Jing Yi graces them with her presence can they completely suppress them. Not necessarily. Abbess Jing Yi said that she won't interfere in the Misty School's matter anymore. If she interferes, she will give herself a reason to do so. In the Jianghu, there are many cases of men stealing and women prostituting themselves. Abbess Jing Yi is just burying her head in the sand. Who doesn't know this? Sect leader is wise and farsighted. I think the Misty School has also received orders from Abbess Jing Yi to bide their time and not make any moves.
Who cares?
If they don't come, it's because there are fewer opponents. Yes, they can't be called opponents. They're just a nuisance. Bai Yanxiu waved his hand as if he was shooing away an annoying fly. Then, he smiled apologetically at the three immortals and asked, Immortals, please enlighten me. The two abbesses of the incense cult, Xu Qing and Xu Jie, what are their cultivations? This was the question that Bai Yanxiu was most concerned about. Immortal Hao Yun and the other two looked at each other and shook their heads. The incense cult has been hiding from the world, and Shu Qing and Shu Jie are both older than us. They also entered the path of immortality earlier. Their current cultivation, if there are no accidents, they should be above us. It's just that they haven't broken through the bottleneck, so they're all qi refinement cultivations. There's no essential difference. When Bai Yanqiu heard this, he frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a divine sense descended from the sky like a waterfall and swept past the tent that Bai Yanqiu and the others were in. Sakura? Immortal Haoyun frowned and asked curiously, Tenrya sect, how did they come so quickly? However, the divine sense seemed to have sensed something and immediately swept back. It actually scanned the bodies of Taoist Haoyun and the other two several times. You're going too far. Immortal Haoyun was furious. Even if you're the most powerful person in the world, you can't do this. No, Immortal Haoyun, this isn't Sakura. Bai Yanqiu suddenly shouted. Disciple has seen Sakura's divine sense in the incense cult. It didn't seem to be this strong. A nameless immortal expert? The four people looked at each other, their eyes full of astonishment. Their figures rose into the air and flew straight out of the tent. Zhang Xiaohua left the misty mountain villa. She originally wanted to go straight south and look for Chu Jing along the way to the Dragon Mountain. However, after flying for a while, she felt a little reluctant. Reluctant about what? Needless to say, it was the Immortal Mansion on Yao Mountain. This was the Beta School's foundation that Zhang Xiaohua had identified early on. She wanted to put the Immortal Mansion into her pocket before between the clouds and the water. However, after careful consideration, she knew that this Immortal Mansion wasn't something that she could swallow in one go. How could she feel at ease? She unconsciously changed her mind and turned around to fly to the west. Far away from Yao Mountain, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense saw Lu Town, Bao Town, Pingyao Town, Nanyang Town, Nanzhao Town, and so on. They were all filled with Jianghu people. Every street and alley was filled with people holding shining swords and spears. Ordinary people closed their doors tightly and peeped outside. No one dared to go out easily. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but scratch her head. Chapter 1139. Although Yaoshan was about 100 li away from Lu Town, it was only half a day's journey in the eyes of the people of Jianghu. They didn't dare to follow the super sects between the clouds and the water, the incense cult, and the Dalan temple, and set up their camps close to Yaoshan. They also couldn't follow the super sects and set up camps around them like the Falling Stars Alliance and the Firmament Dock. Even though it wasn't a long journey, it couldn't stop them from setting foot on the path to immortality. They occupied the towns and villages around Yaoshan and waited for the passage to the immortal realm to appear. Zhang Xiaohua flew very fast and arrived near Yaoshan in a flash. Since he came from the west, his divine sense saw the incense cult's camp first. Sure enough, this was the style of a super sect. The area within half a kilometer had been cleaned up. Some of the outer sect disciples were on duty, some were practicing, and there were even more supervising some of the craftsmen who had been temporarily recruited from the surrounding towns. They seemed to be building some sort of pavilion or something. Are you kidding me? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. We're here to rob the Immortal's mansion, not to play. Abbess Jingyi usually doesn't show much extravagance in the incense cult, but now she's talking about extravagance outside. Thinking about how Jingyi poisoned her second brother, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with anger. She thought to herself, when Jingyi comes, should I give her a taste of my own medicine? Then Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to look north of Yaoshan. There were many bald monks here, and it was clear that this was the Dalan Temple's camp. The Dalan Temple's camp was very simple. There were idle monks around an invisible area, wandering around from time to time. The people around them were also some distance away. In the camp, the flowers and trees didn't move. Many of the Dalan Temple's monks were sitting on the ground. Next to the camp was a small sect. From time to time, disciples would send things to the Dalan Temple's monks. For some reason, the elders weren't in the camp. Zhang Xiaohua looked around, and then used his divine sense to look west. The situation in the west was completely different from that of the Dalan Temple. Although it wasn't as beautiful as the incense cult's camp, many wooden buildings were gradually taking shape. There were huts built against the mountains, small pavilions near the water, and even a square table under a 100-year-old tree. Zhang Xiaohua first frowned when he saw the disciples in the camp dressed in the clothes of different sects, but when he saw the disciples in the robes of the Righteous Alliance gesturing around, Zhang Xiaohua understood that this was the territory of Alliance Master Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance. There weren't any powerful people in the camp, so they hadn't arrived yet. Then the camp in the south has the most people, and the most well-prepared must be between the clouds and the water. Zhang Xiaohua had already used her divine sense to look around the camp between the clouds and the water. She knew that they had the most people and that Bai Yanqiu had already made preparations. So she didn't dare to use her divine sense too early. But where's the Tenrya sect? Don't tell me they haven't received news of the appearance of the Holy Realm's residents. Zhang Xiaohua had long forgotten about the matter of the Holy Realm's residents. Now that she had some free time, she threw her thoughts to her dreams. That's possible. The Tenrya sect is a descendant of the devil cult and has nothing to do with the way of immortality. Even if they get the Holy Realm's residents, it might not be of great use. There's really no need for them to get involved in this mess. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, but if that's the case, I won't have the chance to see my dreams. Alas, I don't know why I'm always afraid of going to the Tenrya sect. If Sakura finds out about my way of immortality, I don't know what will happen. Maybe it's normal that he won't let me see my dreams. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt the invisible pressure from the most powerful person in the world, Sakura. He was also afraid of the difference between way of immortality and way of immortality and way of immortality. It seemed to be a kind of escape and also a kind of inexplicable, heartfelt worry. Let's not talk about Sakura's attitude first, but what about Dream? I don't know if it's a freak combination of factors or a trick from the heavens. I've never shown my way of immortality in front of Dream, nor have I explained it to her. Dream has always thought that my way of immortality cultivation is useless, and that I'm only a person with brute force. If she tells Sakura about the situation, he might take a liking to her. Didn't he say that at worst, he'll give me all his way of immortality cultivation? But what if Dream knows that I'm a way of immortality cultivator? She won't she choose me? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly became worried about personal gains and losses, and his divine sense naturally swept towards the camp between the clouds and the water. This is... Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over the central tent, but immediately, his divine sense returned and circled around the tent a few times. Who's this person? He actually has divine sense? He actually has such a high way of immortality cultivation? Oh no, there's actually 3 of them. Zhang Xiaohua's mind turned rapidly, and before he could turn around, he saw 4 people flying out of the central tent. The 3 in front were white-haired old men with ruddy complexions, and the one behind them was the middle-aged beautiful woman, Bai Yanqiu. Oh no! Zhang Xiaohua saw Bai Yanqiu and immediately knew that these 3 old men must be Bai Yanqiu's teachers. Thinking of the many benefits he had gained between the clouds and the water, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care that he was hiding himself. Without waiting for Bai Yanqiu and the 3 helpers she found to come near, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and immediately changed direction, flying straight towards the south. Alas, a typical case of having a guilty conscience. Sure enough, Taoist Master Hao Yun and the other 2 flew out of the tent. Looking at the empty sky, they swept their divine sense to the place where their divine sense had been just now, but didn't find any trace of a person. They couldn't help but be shocked. They saw Taoist Master Hao Yun standing in the air, respectfully saluting the place where Zhang Xiaohua had been standing. Which fellow Taoist?
Can you show yourself for a chat?
But Zhang Xiaohua had already left, and the place was empty.
Who would answer him?
After a while, Taoist Master Hao Yun still didn't get a reply. He waved his hand, and the 2 Taoist masters, Hao Yu and Hao Feng, flew to Hao Yun's side, forming a strange triangle. Then, Hao Yu took out a small hammer from his chest, only the size of a palm, and shouted, "If fellow Taoist doesn't show yourself, Don't blame I for making a move. After a while, the small hammer in his hand shook, and he was about to strike when Taoist Master Haoyun stopped him. Junior brother, don't make a move. That person. I'm afraid he's already gone. It can't be. Hao Feng said curiously. We sense the divine sense, and immediately flew out. But in just a moment, no matter how high this person's cultivation is, it's impossible for him to escape from our divine sense. Hao Feng didn't believe in heresy, and swept his divine sense around again. He didn't find anything unusual and then sighed. Which sex fellow Taoist is this? He's actually in such a realm. Could it be that he's already entered? Maybe. Hao Yun was a little disinterested, and waved his hand. Let's go down. Many people have already seen us. Sure enough, around between the clouds and the water, many Jianghu disciples had excited expressions on their faces, pointing and gesturing at Hao Yun and the others. Some of them even looked at Yao Shan, their eyes full of enthusiasm. Senior brother? Who could this person be? Hao Feng entered the tent and asked immediately. It's probably Xu Qing or Xu Jie from the fragrance cult. Hao Yun thought for a while and said, such a divine sense. Only someone with Sakra's cultivation can have it. If Xu Qing and Xu Jie didn't cultivate with the help of the fragrance cult's array, they wouldn't be able to reach such a realm. Spiritual Master. Bai Yanqiu looked at the three people and said tentatively, I've seen Sakra's divine sense in the fragrance cult, and it didn't seem so strong. Could it be? Xu Qing or Xu Jie really passed that bottleneck. Hao Yun and the others were shocked. Then, this immortal mansion were a little less confident. Senior brother, don't worry. If she really passed that realm, would she suddenly leave? Hao Yu said. I'm afraid she's using some magic tool to strengthen her divine sense. Of course. Hao Yun slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot about that. The fragrant religion has a unique secret technique that can expand one's spiritual energy with the help of spirit arrays. This Taoist suffered a loss in the fragrant religion back then, so how could he have forgotten? Junior brother is right. However, this magic tool is a little strange. It can even hide one's body, even if her body is hidden. Do we still have to be afraid of her? Our lightning hammer, lightning all, and heaven's shaking drum are not to be trifled with. If we really fight, we brothers will set up the heaven-shaking thunder array and punish her. Xu Qing or Xu Jie will crush her body and consign her to eternal damnation. All right, since Xu Qing is here, she must be here to scout the situation first. The aroma cult is right behind her. Let's be more cautious and let our disciples scout the situation first. It's better to get things done as soon as possible. Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple will immediately send his disciples. Bai Yanqiu replied with cupped hands. Not to mention that the people of Between the Clouds and the Water thought that Zhang Xiaohua was the grand elder of the fragrance cult and secretly thought of countermeasures. Zhang Xiaohua was as anxious as a stray dog. After flying for a long time, she finally stopped and gently patted her heart. Only then did she realize that she had hidden her body. It seemed that her flying technique was better than the other parties, so there was no need for her to be in such a difficult situation. AI, forget it. Just Between the Clouds and the Water alone has produced 3 people whose cultivation is much stronger than I. What fragrance cult? What Dalan temple? Do I even need to say anything? These people must be the disciples of the upper generation of these immortal Tao sections. The cultivation of the immortal Tao is calculated in decades. How can this poor Taoist reach that level? Even if it's Nanjing Yi or the Grand Elders, I may not be a match for them. How can I compete with them for the immortal mansion? A frog at the bottom of a well? Arrogant and ignorant. Perhaps this is the evaluation of I a while ago. Zhang Xiaohua secretly mocked herself. At this moment, another divine sense swept over from the south. It actually directly found Zhang Xiaohua. Please cast a monthly vote. Please cast a recommendation vote. Please collect. Please tip. Thank you. Chapter 1140. Zhang Xiaohua had concealed his figure and was flying in the air. Just as he was about to take a breather, suddenly a divine sense swept across the sky and locked onto Zhang Xiaohua.
Who is it?
Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He had concealed his figure, but he didn't expect that the divine sense would still find him. Without thinking, he pinched a spell and flew to the side of the sky. His own divine sense also swept towards the source of the divine sense. Not far away, there were two masked old women in palace attire. They held a phoenix head crutch in their hands and used the levitation technique to fly towards the direction where Zhang Xiaohua had just stood. Oh, the incense cult. Who are these two nuns? Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had already seen the two old women in palace attire and masks. Looking down, he saw a group of young girls in palace attire. The four people in front were Nun Jingyi, Nun Shuizhen, Peacock, and Chen. Who else could the two nuns floating in the air be? Naturally, they were Xu Qing and Xu Jie, the two grand elders of the incense cult that Hao Yunjinren had mentioned. Nun Xu Qing's divine sense occasionally found Zhang Xiaohua, who was concealed in the air. She immediately used her divine sense to lock onto him and called out to Nun Xu Jie. The two of them flew into the air. However, they didn't expect that the other party's divine sense was also so powerful. Not only did he discover them in time, he also saw Nun Jingyi behind them. They couldn't help but be stunned. Just as Hao Yunjinren had guessed, they did rely on the instrument left by the ancestors of the incense cult to amplify their divine sense. At this time, their divine sense should be as strong as Sakra's. The strength of the other party's divine sense immediately woke them up. They looked at each other and said in unison, "Sakra?" Immediately, the two of them didn't dare to be careless. One of them took out a small white flag and the other a small whip. Nun Xu Qing unfurled the white flag and more than 10 snow-white lotuses bloomed around the two of them, surrounding them. However, just as the white flag was unfurled, Zhang Xiaohua had already used the flying technique to escape far away. Even though Nun Xu Jie and the others' divine sense was fast and their divine sense had already locked onto Zhang Xiaohua, the range of their divine sense was limited. Even with the Imperial Wind technique, they couldn't catch up. In their divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua's trace was gradually getting farther away, and they couldn't catch up. However, Nun Xu Qing and Nun Xu Jie were well aware of the Tenry's sect's way of doing things. Although their divine sense didn't detect anything abnormal within a radius of several hundred feet, they were afraid that the person they saw just now had an even more concealment technique. Therefore, they didn't put away the white flag, and Nun Xu Jie's small whip also lightly danced in her hand. Bright red peach blossoms also flashed in the air along with the dance. Even though the peach blossoms were beautiful, when the petals of the peach blossoms rotated, it actually made a ci sound. If a flesh and blood body touched it, wouldn't their skin and flesh be torn apart? After a moment, Nun Xu Qing and Nun Xu Jie looked at each other and nodded slightly. Only then did they put away the white flag and small whip and landed. Nun Jingyi floated up and said respectfully, "Two grand elders, is there something abnormal?" It's more than abnormal. I didn't expect Sakra to be hiding nearby. I don't know what he's planning. Sakra? Nun Jingyi was stunned. What is he doing here? Then her expression changed and she said in surprise, "Could it be that he's planning an ambush?" We don't know. Just now, my divine sense accidentally found an abnormality in the air in front of us. When I looked carefully, there was actually someone hiding in front of us. But that person's concealment technique is very wonderful. I can only see the person, but I can't see the person clearly. I don't even know who that person is. Nun Jingyi's expression changed slightly, and she said with some confusion, "Since Grand Elder can't see him, how do you know it's Sakra?" Jingyi, in this world, if it's not Sakra, who else can have a divine sense that can surpass mine? But, Grand Elder, Sakra appeared in our fragrance cult's martial arts convention. This disciple has already told Grand Elder that even though Sakra's divine sense is tyrannical, it's not much different from Grand Elder's divine sense. If Grand Elder's divine sense is added with the nebula chain, it should be more powerful than Sakra's divine sense. This is strange. Nun Shuqing was shocked. In this world, whose divine sense is stronger than mine and who can fly, other than Sakra of the devil cult, who else can it be? Taoist Pan and Nun Jingyi called out. It's the Taoist Pan and who killed Longting Villa with a sword in Rejuvenation Valley and Class Fugue with a sword in Misty Peak. Panan? Nun Shuqing shook her head slightly and looked at Nun Shujia. Junior sister, have you heard of this person's name? No, there are only a few big sects of the Immortal Tao, and very few people have stepped on the Immortal Tao. To be able to cultivate to this level, how can he be a nobody? If you didn't mishear, then he must be using a fake name. All right, Grand Elder. Nun Jingyi clapped her hands and remembered. The Shundao sect is also an Immortal Tao inheritance, but they haven't shown themselves for thousands of years. Who can guarantee that there aren't a few seniors in the Shundao sect who have a similar cultivation level as Grand Elder? Yes, indeed. If it weren't for the martial arts convention showing traces of the Shundao sect, I wouldn't have known that the Shundao sect's orthodoxy has also been passed down. If I'm not mistaken, he's probably an old man from the Shundao sect. But, senior sister, I've never heard that the Shundao sect has a flying technique that's easy to cultivate. Only the Heavenly Dragon sect's flying technique is a different path, and it is possible to achieve great success in a situation where the heaven and earth Yuan Qi is annihilated. The other sects are the same, and if we can't master the flying technique, then the Godly Saber sect's people can't either. Forget it, let's go down.
Who cares who he is?
Yao Mountain isn't far ahead. Once the Immortal Mansion appears, how can he not show up? We'll just kill him when the time comes. The three of them descended from the sky. Nun Jingyi looked into the distance and asked, Peacock, is there any news from the Misty School? Sect leader, according to the latest news, Hu Yuni has led 2,000 disciples from the Misty School back to the ethereal heights. Not only is Zhang Qingyue's direct disciple Shui Tiantian, but also the former deputy leader of the Misty School, Shui Yupeng. It's just that for some reason the ethereal heights is now heavily guarded. Ming Qing, Gao Kunheng, and the others can't even spread the news. This news was spread by the people outside the ethereal heights. Hee, I didn't expect Zhang Xiaohu to be so talented. I couldn't see it at all before. It's good that the Misty School is so strict. We don't know about it, and the Righteous Alliance doesn't know either. We still have Ming Qing, Gao Kunheng, and thousands of disciples from the Wuming Hall. Moreover, thousands of disciples from the Righteous Alliance have been captured by Ming Qing. Presumably, they are now in his hands. Even if Zhang Xiaohu has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can't escape from Ming Qing's hands. As for Hu Yuni, he brought Shui Yupeng and Shui Tiantian. It's obvious that he's here to force Zhang Xiaohu to abdicate.
How can he tolerate that?
I want them to bite each other, so that Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng can sit back and reap the benefits. Sect leader, you are wise and farsighted. Peacock was convinced. However, the matter of the Yaoshan Immortal Abode is so serious, yet the Misty School didn't send out any troops. They only sent out some spies to gather some information. Now that the Yaoshan Immortal Abode is occupied by various sects, the Misty School has lost its geographical advantage. Peacock, think about it. If Zhang Xiaohu really controls the Misty School, leaving Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng aside, when he sees the Immortal Abode, or the magical treasure of the Immortal Abode, do you think he'll be tempted? Peacock smiled. Zhang Xiaohu is neither a saint nor a deity. Why wouldn't he be tempted? He's now a pawn of the fragrance cult. All he thinks about is how to escape the fate of being controlled by our sect leader. If he can get the Immortal Abode and the magical treasure, of course, he'll have the strength to contend with our sect leader. This kind of temptation, he should be more eager than other people in the martial arts world. But the Misty Heights didn't make any moves at all. Doesn't this show that it's not Zhang Xiaohu's idea? Nun Jingyi smiled. It's not that Hu Yuni involved him. To resist foreign aggression, one must first stabilize the internal situation, so he has no time to fend for himself. It's just that Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng didn't agree to let the Misty School's disciples get involved without our orders. Don't you think so? Our sect leader's arrangements are marvelous. I have only one word in my heart: admiration. Peacock smiled. Our sect leader, this immortal abode. Is it really something that everyone in the martial arts world wants? Chun Chin suddenly asked. Of course. There are many treasures in the immortal abode. Maybe we can even find some primordial stones. Won't our fragrance cult's orthodoxy be passed down? Nanjing Yi smiled. Will the saintess of the Tenryu sect come? Nanjing Yi's face darkened and she didn't answer. Peacock glanced and whispered, since Sakura is here, maybe the saintess will come too. By the way, senior sister, did Ren Xiaorao go to the Tenryu sect in the end? This guy is really stupid. He even hugged the saintess of the Tenryu sect. This luck. TSK, I really can't describe it. Peacock glanced and whispered again. Who knows if he went or not? According to my disciple's report, he disappeared after leaving Dianchi Lake. Maybe he went to Rejuvenation Valley. Impossible. Chun Chin shook his head. Zixia is better than Nie Qinyu in both appearance and background. Why would Ren Xiaoyao do something like that? This guy is really cunning. By the way, senior sister, do you think Ren Xiaoyao will come to Yaoshan? Chun Chin asked. Peacock was flustered and frowned slightly. How would I know? However, he only has great strength. Now he has learned some skills with a stick. Even if he can be accepted in the martial arts world, but how can he enter the eyes of the big sects? I'm afraid he won't come. That's right. This guy knows how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. In such a dangerous place, he can only hide far away. Chun Chin smiled. What Chun Chin didn't know was that the Ren Xiaoyao she was talking about was now hiding behind a huge rock in a valley dozens of miles behind them, gasping for breath. Please vote monthly. Please vote for recommendation. Please collect. Please tip. Thank you. If you like this work, please come to Qidian. Com to vote for recommendation and monthly. Chapter 1141. Motherfucker. Zhang Xiaohua almost never cursed. Today, he couldn't help but curse. His heart felt slightly better. I really didn't expect that I really was sitting in a well and looking at the sky. I really am a toad who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua also felt depressed. He originally thought that his cultivation of the path of immortality was enough to move unhindered in Jianghu. That was why he casually revealed his true identity in front of the Misty School, who knew that not only the three extremely powerful seniors between the clouds and the water, but also the cult of fragrance, which Zhang Xiaohua had stayed in for a long time and made a mess inside. Unexpectedly, two Shirtai who were even more powerful than the old beggar Jing Yi popped out. What was going on in this world? Before, he couldn't even see half of them. Just one immortal's mansion was enough to attract all the path of immortality experts? Now that he thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, when he was fooling around in the cult of fragrance, he was afraid that Shirtai Jing Yi would find out. He was very careful and didn't attract the attention of Xu Qing and Xu Jia. Otherwise, the cult of fragrance had a formation that isolated the outside world. The two Shirtai could also borrow the power of the formation. Presumably, even if Zhang Xiaohua practiced the flying technique to the extreme, he still wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the two Shirtai. Just between the clouds and the water and the cult of fragrance are so powerful. Then what about the Dalan Temple? Just Master Changsheng and the great Master Changgang alone. I am not their match. Not to mention that they are like these two sects, with a few more great masters coming out. I will definitely run for my life. Right, there's no need to say anything else. As long as the sweeping old monk of the Sutra Pavilion comes out, I will run as far as I can. Alas, this Jianghu the water is really too deep. Zhang Xiaohua finally breathed a sigh of relief. The path of immortality has so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Then what about the Tenryu sect, which is known as the #1 sect in Jianghu? Other than the world's #1 Sakura, is there also the previous generation Sakura or Garuda? If any of them come out, not to mention even the cult of fragrance will avoid them. Forget it. First, I need to regulate my qi circulation. After a while, I need to confirm Chu's news. I'll wait until the 7 disciples of the Beta school gather, and find a place with beautiful sceneries. Wait until the Beta school has. Chut, find a place. Wait, when my Beta school S's after I school, I will find a. In just a moment, the vital energy in her meridians had been replenished. Zhang Xiaohua made a gesture with her hands and turned invisible. Then, she soared into the sky and headed straight for the Dragon Mountain. Because she was afraid of encountering another expert of the path of immortality, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to release her divine sense too much. She only flew low and relied on her eyes and senses. Until half a day later, when she felt that she wouldn't encounter another expert, she released her divine sense and sped up her flight. Previously, I used the Flying Technique's concealment spell to hide my body so that others couldn't see me. Although this can't be seen by the naked eye, it can still be discovered by the divine sense. I guess the experts from between the clouds and the water and the cult of fragrance found I this way. It seems that I have to be more careful when encountering such people in the future. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, if only I could find a concealment spell that even the divine sense can't detect, that would be great. In the following days, Zhang Xiaohua saw fewer and fewer people of the Jianghu. At most, she would see them in 2s and 3s. It seemed that their martial arts skills were also lax. She guessed that they didn't think their martial arts skills were good enough and didn't intend to steal any treasures. They just couldn't resist the temptation of the passage to the realm of immortals. But along the way, Zhang Xiaohua didn't see Chu Zhigao and his family. Nor did she see any disciples of the Misty School. Could it be that something bad has happened? Zhang Xiaohua thought back to what he had been thinking earlier. Seeing that Horned Dragon Mountain was right in front of her, Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to cover the entire Horned Dragon Mountain. But after looking around, she didn't see any traces of Chu Zhigao and his family except for a few people who were chopping firewood and hunting. There was also a thatched cottage that had long been burned down in the mountain. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua came to the location of Fire Dragon Immortal's cave and the place where Chu Zhigao hunted. Everything was the same as before. That's strange. Didn't Chu Zhigao return to Horned Dragon Mountain? If he was at Horned Dragon Mountain, then the thatched cottage should have been rebuilt at the place that was destroyed by the fire. But now, it still looks like it was burned down. That means that Chu Zhigao didn't return to Horned Dragon Mountain. Then, the disciples of the Misty School who came to fetch Jing must have missed him. Where could Chu Zhigao have gone? Poyang Town. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly slapped herself on the forehead and laughed. I've been thinking about Horned Dragon Mountain. Chu Zhigao's house in Horned Dragon Mountain had been burned down by the people of Jingle Parting Manor. Furthermore, the head of Jingle Parting Manor had been killed by I. If the people of Jingle Parting Manor came to look for the head of Jingle Parting Manor, they would naturally meet Chu Zhigao. By then, wouldn't Chu Zhigao be captured by them? Hence, I can't stay in Horned Dragon Mountain any longer. If Chu Zhigao went to another place, and I could find him, it would naturally be Poyang Town. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have made it clear to the disciples of the Misty School. They would definitely return empty-handed. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua leaped up and flew in the direction of Poyang Town. After flying for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He used his divine sense to scan the area below him. Unknowingly, he was overjoyed. Poyang Town was not far ahead. On his left was the small mountain village that he had gone to look for Meng's birth. Thinking about the kind people in the small mountain village, the kind Mr. Qigong and Lady Jiu, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with warmth. Back then, he didn't bring much money with him. He only left a small amount of money in the wooden house. Now that he had given all the gold, silver, and jewels he obtained from Shi Chui Mountain and Evil Tiger Manor to Oyen, he still had some scattered money. If he gave these to the people of the small mountain village, it would definitely be helpful to their poor lives. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua changed his direction and flew towards the mountain range. However, following his memory, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the mountain range. The lush forest in front of him left him dumbfounded. Is this the place? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely bewildered. Ever since he cultivated God's guidance, divine sense, he rarely got lost. But
Why did he get lost again today?
this seems to be Lady Jiu's straw house. How did it become a huge pine tree? And this should be Lady Aya's wooden house. But it has become a grassland. This is really strange. Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself as he flew out of the forest. This is the place. Isn't the stream still here? Oh, right. Lady Aya's grave is at the top of the mountain range. However, when Zhang Xiaohua flew to the top of the mountain, he realized that although this place was about the same size as the graveyard, there were pine trees and strange stones. There was no grave. This is really strange. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and thought for a while. Then, he conjured a spell and burrowed into the ground. After a while, he emerged from the ground with a look of disappointment. Forget it. I think I got lost. There is no coffin under this ground. How can this be Lady Anya's grave? After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua did not want to stay any longer. He leaped into the air and began to search again. However, even if he found the ferry by the river and the cottage at the ferry and searched back according to his memory, there was still no trace of him. Sigh. No wonder the Tenryu sect couldn't find Lady Aya in this small mountain village. Back then, I was still puzzled. Now, I finally understand the reason. Could it be that there is something strange about this small mountain village? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. However, when he thought about it again, the villagers in the small mountain village were all so simple. There was nothing strange about it. Feeling helpless, Zhang Xiaohua went to the array where he found the money bag. There was no snow and the outside of the array looked the same as usual. However, with Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, there was a slight fluctuation of vital energy near the ground. It was the same place where the squirrel had drilled through and where Zhang Xiaohua had drilled into the cave. Could it be that there is something strange inside? Zhang Xiaohua thought and drilled into the array again. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua already had divine sense and didn't need to enter the cave. He just needed to scan the cave with his divine sense, and everything in it was clear to him. It was different from what Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. The cave was the same as before. There was no fluctuation of vital energy in the dark cave. Could it be that the array in this cave has something to do with the small mountain village? Which senior of the immortal Tao placed the jade letter and money bag in this cave for no reason? How did the Shirtai of the fragrant religion know about it? What does the senior have to do with the fragrant religion? Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the cave and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. However, the immortal Tao was something from 10,000 years ago. If there was a flaw in the array in the cave, who else in this world could know about it? Karma. Even if it is a cause from 10,000 years ago, it can also cause an effect 10,000 years later. If not for this cause that I didn't know about in the past, I might never have known about it in the future. How could there be an effect of me obtaining the money bag and the jade letter? And the cause of me obtaining the money bag and the jade letter, how much effect will there be in the future? The Tao of Karma is indeed a mystery of the Tao of Heaven that is on par with the Tao of life and death. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly remembered that her dream had left the fragrant religion. She had also left the fragrant religion. The Shirtai's grave was left in the fragrant religion. She had sworn that she would personally kill the person who killed the Shirtai. Now that she had no clue, how could she live up to her oath? Perhaps after the beta school is built, I will have to make another trip to the fragrant religion. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Please vote for me.
Please vote for me.
Please add me. Chapter 1142. After coming out of the cave, Zhang Xiaohua did not delay any longer. She followed the path she had taken earlier and headed straight for Poyang Town. However, when she flew over the mountain range, she inadvertently used her divine sense to scan the lonely mountain temple. A strange expression appeared on her face, and then she was furious. She reached into her clothes and took out Chasing Dream. With a wave of her hand, the small sword shot into the mountain temple like lightning. This small mountain temple that had an affinity with Zhang Xiaohua was not as quiet as it used to be. At this time, there were 6 people squeezed inside. It was not appropriate to say that they were squeezed. It was more like a man and a woman were forced into a corner of the mountain temple by the 4 men in front of them. The woman's face was pale, and she covered her chest with her hand. She was lying in the corner on a pile of straw, where Zhang Xiaohua had slept. The woman's face was very beautiful, and it was somewhat similar to Qiu Tong's. However, at this moment, Ru Dai's green eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Her watery eyes were slightly protruding, and her small cherry mouth was also open. She kept inhaling with all her might, but the air she exhaled was far less than the air she inhaled. That woman seemed to be on the verge of death. Miss May. The man stood in front of the woman, as if he was helping to fend off the 4 men in front of him. However, the folding fan in his hand and his thin and weak arms showed that he was only a weak scholar. How could he withstand the shining swords? From time to time, he would turn back to look at the woman with concern. The man held the folding fan in front of his chest and scolded, You bully the weak bandits. In order to escape, we ran all the way here. Why won't you let us go? A lean man stood at the side with his hands behind his back. He looked at the scholar and said coldly, You are Li Jinfeng, right? You must know the background of this woman. Since we were able to chase you all the way from Nanzhao town to here, then we must have the Mei family's treasure. You have been running all the way here, so the Mei family's treasure must be nearby, right? Look, Mei Qinglian is already dead. Why don't you hurry up and take out the treasure map? Seeing that I have the same surname as Miss Mei, I will spare your lives. That scholar was none other than the righteous Li Jinfeng. Li Jinfeng's expression changed when he heard the man surnamed Mei's words. He berated, I've only met Miss Mei by chance. I only know that Miss Mei's family suffered a great calamity and had no choice but to escape from Nanzhao town. How could I possibly know about a treasure map? Young Master Li, you're being disloyal by saying that. A fat man next to him said, You've been taking care of Miss Mei along the way. You look no different from a married couple.
Why are you saying such things now?
If Miss Mei hadn't said anything to you, would you have accompanied her for so long and run all the way from the north to the south? What do you mean? From what you're saying, if Miss Mei doesn't have a wealthy family, I won't take care of a lonely and weak girl like her. Shopkeeper Liu, don't compare your jade artifact shop to this scholar. He has a noble character and will help any girl he sees. That man surnamed Mei glanced at Li Jinfeng and laughed, but when he helps, he'll be helping a poor young lady from a wealthy family. If he didn't run into us, wouldn't he already have a fortune of tens of millions of strings? Old Mei, look at you. What do you think the words coming out of your mouth sound like? What's the difference between what I said? This old Mei and shopkeeper Liu were actually the 2 night walkers that Zhang Xiaohua had met when she was sleeping in the mountain temple. Sirs, the other person said with a frown, Mei Qinglian doesn't seem to have long to live. Shouldn't we save her first? Otherwise, if we can't complete the task the Banner Lord gave us, we won't be able to explain ourselves when we return.
What?
Brothers, are you worried about my methods? Old Mei sneered. Although we're not familiar with the brothers from Shitsue Mountain, we're all under the Lord's leadership. We've received your message and know the importance of this matter. That's why we put down many things to come and help. If you're not happy, we'll leave now. No, the other man quickly said. What are you talking about, Sir Mei? You're the Lord in charge of the carriage and horses. We're just strong men running errands. How can we have a problem with you? Zhao Hong just wants to finish this task quickly. After all, we've been following this Mei Qinglian for a long time. If we don't quickly take out the Mei family's legendary treasure, our senior brother from Shitsue Mountain won't be able to explain to the commander. Wu Yuantong, I don't want to criticize you. This Mei Qinglian does this every day. Did you see that accident last time? Moreover, this adulterous couple has been fooling around all along the way. I'm afraid they've already told that man about the treasure. If Miss Mei is gone, we'll find young Master Li. Anyway, this place is close to our home. Let's take the treasure home directly. Your senior brother's task will be completed, and my lord will also be rewarded. Don't you think it's a win-win situation? Yes, we'll listen to shopkeeper Lu's instructions. The two men looked at each other and nodded. All right, kid, my patience is limited. You'd better tell me the location of the treasure so that you won't have to suffer some physical pain. In the early years, there was a martial arts family nearby. Yes, their surname was Tan. However, I don't think you know that there was a young man in the family who was as stubborn as you. However, Grandpa shaved off his entire body and used a small knife to make 18,000 small cuts. Then, he smeared honey on the wounds and threw him into the sun. Then, he caught 100,000 little ants to play with him. Hee hee. In just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, this little brat had confessed everything. Do you want to play with him too? When Li Jinfeng heard this, his whole body trembled. Then, he clenched his teeth and stiffened his neck. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. You're so cruel, there will be retribution. Retribution? Hee hee, young masterly. You'd better think about whether you can survive today. Shopkeeper Lu was a little impatient. He took a step forward and stood in front of Li Jinfeng. He raised his hand and pressed on Li Jinfeng's major acupoint. Li Jinfeng fell down. An unbearable feeling welled up in his heart. Immediately, Li Jinfeng's face turned pale and his teeth creaked. On his forehead, bean-sized beads of sweat slowly dripped down along his temples. Young Masterly, how do you feel? Shopkeeper Lu asked coldly. However, before young Masterly could reply, a white light flashed and pierced Shopkeeper Lu's throat. Shopkeeper Lu didn't notice it at all. When he was about to speak again, a stream of blood flowed out from the wound on his throat. Shopkeeper Lu only felt the pain now. When he tried to cover the wound with his hand, his whole body went limp and he fell to the ground. Ah, this is... The youngest Mei was stunned. He blinked his eyes, as if he hadn't recovered from the shock of Shopkeeper Lu's death. The sword light turned back as if it had a mind of its own and flew toward his chest. Flying sword. The youngest Mei was a knowledgeable person. He immediately saw through the mystery. Unfortunately, he could only see through it and couldn't block it. The flying sword flashed and pierced through his armpit. Run! Zhao Hong and Wu Yuantong, who were holding their swords and sabers, suddenly realized something and shouted, "Run!" However, before they could run out of the door of the mountain god temple, two flying swords had pierced through their chests and they fell to the ground. For a moment, the noisy mountain god temple only had the creaking sound of Li Jinfeng gnashing his teeth in pain and the breathing of the four dying people. Suddenly, a green figure flew in from the door of the mountain god temple and appeared in front of Li Jinfeng. It was Zhang Xiaohua, who had rushed over in a hurry. When she landed on the ground, Zhang Xiaohua pressed Li Jinfeng's acupuncture point without hesitation. Sigh. Li Jinfeng heaved a sigh of relief, as if he had just put down a heavy burden on his shoulders. He raised his head slightly, as if he wanted to thank her. However, when he saw the familiar face, Li Jinfeng was stunned. Then he struggled to get up and speak, but his body was so weak that he couldn't move at all. Young Masterly, don't worry. We'll talk later. Zhang Xiaohua nodded at him and then looked at Mei Qinglian, who was behind Li Jinfeng. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly when she saw that Mei Qinglian's face was similar to Qiu Tong's. She placed her finger on Mei Qinglian's wrist to check her pulse and shook her head slightly. Then, she transferred a strand of vital energy to her. It was obvious that Mei Qinglian's chest was heaving less and her mouth was opening smaller. Her face was slightly flushed. Thank you, Immortal Elder. Mei Qinglian said gratefully when she saw the sword light and Zhang Xiaohua descending from the sky. Do you have any last words? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. If possible, I can help you. Really? Immortal Elder? Mei Qinglian's eyes lit up. She was puzzled at first and then said hurriedly, I am from Pingyang City's Nanzhao town. My surname is Mei. My name is Qinglian. Mei Qinglian? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She seemed to have heard of this name before. My father is the famous philanthropist in Nanzhao town.
But
Mei Qinglian's voice became weaker. At this moment, Li Jinfeng had already walked over. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua asking for Mei Qinglian's last words, he said softly, "Miss Mei, you don't have to say anything else. I already know. Do you mean that you want this immortal elder to help you take revenge?" Mei Qinglian's eyes flashed with gratitude. She looked at Li Jinfeng and then at Zhang Xiaohua. She nodded vigorously. "I hope that immortal elder will be merciful and go to Shizue Mountain. Save my father and the rest from the bandits who harmed the people." Shizue Mountain? Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened. She immediately thought of what she had heard in Shizue Mountain. Wasn't this Mei Qinglian the miss of the Mei family that Fort Master Qi had mentioned? At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. She squeezed out a smile and said, "Miss Mei, do you have any other last words? This matter. I have already completed it more than a month ago. I have killed all the bandits in Shizue Mountain." Mei Qinglian's face lit up. She asked, "Then my father, what about him? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Qijian."
come.
Chapter 1143. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she looked at Mei Qinglian's face, which had a last burst of energy. She smiled and said, "At that time, I saved many people from the prison. As for whether your father was inside, I do not know." "Very well, thank you, immortal elder." Mei Qinglian smiled and turned to look at Li Jinfeng. Her eyes seemed to be filled with tenderness as she said, "Li Gongzi, you are a rare gentleman in this world. This concubine only regrets that I did not meet you earlier. I hope that you can and your sweetheart be married to each other and grow old together. This scarf, just treat it as a wedding gift from little sister to you." As Mei Qinglian spoke, she reached for the handkerchief hanging from her waist with great effort. Then, she lifted it up forcefully, wanting to pass it to Li Jinfeng. However, the moment she lifted it up a little, the light in her eyes disappeared. Her hand also drooped down weakly. She could see that there was no breath coming from her mouth and nose. "Miss Mei, Miss Mei," Li Jinfeng was a little emotional as he shouted, "Gongzi Li, Miss Mei has already passed." Zhang Xiaohua patted Li Jinfeng's shoulder and softly comforted him. She then stood up and looked at the already dead shopkeeper Liu and the other 3 men who were barely breathing. She walked over and did not hesitate to use the bewitching finger on them. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua laughed coldly. She stretched out her hand and broke the necks of Mei Qinglian, Zhao Hong, and Wu Yuantong. This Mei Qinglian was actually a subordinate of the Righteous Alliance and was in charge of sending messages. There were also spies from the Righteous Alliance in the Galloping Carriage and Storm Carriage Company. Many of the Righteous Alliance's messages were also sent through the carriage company. Why am I so unlucky? I was just sending a letter home, and I just happened to meet a disciple of the Righteous Alliance.
So, what if I met him?
I just had to meet the Righteous Alliance who needed a huge amount of money. Damn it, when did I's character become so unbearable? However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately rubbed her nose and said self-mockingly, "Perhaps my character has become even more heaven-defying. After destroying Shizue Mountain and Evil Tiger Villa, I kept most of the gold and silver that the Righteous Alliance wanted in my belt." Sigh, this Miss Mei is really pitiful. Originally, she had already escaped the calamity of being exterminated, but because she had the Mei family's hidden treasures, she was targeted by Zhao Hong and Wu Yuantong from the Righteous Alliance. However, it's also strange. Why didn't the 2 of them capture Miss Mei in Nanzhao Town? Why not just directly send her to Shizue Mountain? And, of course, such a rare, hardworking attitude. If it wasn't for the fact that those 2 people died so quickly, I would have asked them properly. That's not right. The youngest Mei and shopkeeper Liu were not invited by the 2 of them. It was because the youngest Mei found out about their whereabouts through the disciples of the Storm Carriage Company. That was why he brought shopkeeper Liu along. I understand now. Zhao Hong and Wu Yuantong also had the intention of pocketing the treasures. At least, They didn't have the intention of handing over all of the treasures. Birds die in pursuit of food, and men die in pursuit of wealth. The ancients really didn't lie. Zhang Xiaohua finally understood the crux of the matter. Xiaohua, Li Jinfeng, who was at the side, saw Zhang Xiaohua doing many strange things. He also heard the words of the three people before they died. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua raise her head from her deep thoughts, he asked, "Are you the Zhang Xiaohua that I know?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Why are you only asking now? What were you doing just now?" I didn't react just now. But now that I think about it, you actually used some kind of hidden weapon to kill all four of them. I feel you can't possibly have such a high level of martial arts. Moreover, there were four of them. You didn't even show up and they were all killed? Li Jinfeng's eyes suddenly lit up as he said with a smile, "Don't tell me that you are the legendary sword immortal." Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "Young Masterly, were you accompanying young Miss May and talking too much? How can I be a sword immortal?" "I think so too, but..." Li Jinfeng nodded. He was in so much pain that he didn't notice that Zhang Xiaohua flew in. "At most, I am an immortal Dao expert," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. "Immortal Dao?
What is that?"
Li Jinfeng asked curiously. "Let's talk about it later." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Let's first bury young Miss May." "But you have already saved young Miss May. How can we bury her without permission? It's better to take her body back." Li Jinfeng disagreed with Zhang Xiaohua. "Alas, young Masterly, the bandits of Shitsue Mountain are ruthless. How can there be any survivors in their hands? What I said to young Miss May just now was just to comfort her. No way, the bandits of Shitsue Mountain are still alive." Li Jinfeng was a little indignant again. "Xiaohua, you promised young Miss May that you must kill all the bandits of Shitsue Mountain when you go back." Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "Of course, I killed all the bandits and only left these two people. But young Miss May, I didn't see her at all. There were no survivors in the dungeon of Shitsue Mountain, and there were hundreds of corpses in front of the gate of the mountain stronghold. Some were old, and some were young. Young Miss May should be among them. Oh, by the way, it seems that young Miss May died before she reached Shitsue Mountain. Her body was abandoned in the wild." "Alas, I see." Young Miss May was a well-known good person in Nanzhao Town. She actually fell into such a state. Then, as you said, bury young Miss May here. Well, okay, wait a moment. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and went out again. After a while, she came back with a huge coffin. Where did you get this?" Li Jinfeng was dumbfounded. He wanted to bury young Miss May properly, but the mountain was very high. It was very difficult for them to climb up the mountain. It was very difficult to take the body down or the coffin up, so he didn't tell Zhang Xiaohua. "Don't ask. See where the feng shui is good. I'll do it. Okay." Li Jinfeng looked at Mei Qinglian's body, who was smiling, and sighed. He went out of the temple and found a place not long after. It didn't take long for Zhang Xiaohua to find the swords of Zhao Hong and the others. He dug a large pit and buried Mei Qinglian in the coffin. Looking at Mei Qinglian's small grave, Li Jinfeng bowed and said, "Young Miss May, you and I met by chance. I wanted to kill the bandits, but I was powerless. You and I have been running for our lives, and we can be considered friends. I am partly responsible for you being buried here. If there is a chance in the future, I will send your coffin back to Nanzhao Town. Young Miss May, you have taken your revenge, so you can leave easily. I hope you can live a happy life in the underworld and don't have to worry about the bandits anymore." Zhang Xiaohua whispered, "Young Masterly, young Miss May was born sick in the heart and lungs. Even if she didn't run for her life, I guess she won't live for more than 3 years. You don't have any burden." "Alas, I know this. Young Miss May also told me, but I always felt very powerless all the way," Li Jinfeng said sadly. "Strange, young Masterly. Young Miss May was chased by the bandits of Shitsue Mountain because of the May family's treasure. Why did you get involved for no reason?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. "Let's go back to Lu Town. I'll tell you slowly along the way. Oh, I still have something to do in Poyang Town. Let's go together. When it's done, we'll go back to Lu Town together. Zhang Xiaohua replied. It's all right. As long as you're with me. What am I afraid of? Li Jinfeng said with a smile. With Zhang Xiaohua following them, it was indeed very convenient. Descending the mountain was also very easy. When they encountered a steep and difficult place, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and lifted Li Jinfeng up. Then he directly jumped over. At the foot of the mountain, the two of them hailed a carriage and headed towards Poyang Town. In the carriage, Li Jinfeng told her about his encounter with Mei Qinglian. It was also fate. Li Jinfeng was visiting a friend in Nanzhao Town. He met Mei Qinglian, who had just returned from visiting a friend. When she saw the drastic change in her family, she immediately jumped off the carriage and ran away without greeting the maids and servants. Shitsue Mountain had placed the Mei family as their main focus and had arranged many disciples around the Mei family. When they saw a luxurious carriage coming to the Mei family, they immediately stopped it. However, when they found that young Miss Mei was not in the carriage, they quickly looked around. Young Miss Mei was like a headless fly. When she saw Li Jinfeng's carriage, she jumped in without thinking. Coincidentally, Li Jinfeng was the only one in the carriage. After leaving the town, young Miss Mei found a secluded place to get off the carriage. Li Jinfeng naturally reminded young Miss Mei about her safety. Young Miss Mei saw Li Jinfeng's refined manner in the carriage and knew that he was a gentleman. She couldn't help but feel dependent on him and quietly told him about her family's situation. The Mei family was also a big family in Nanzhao. Li Jinfeng had heard of Minister Mei's good reputation from her friends. When he heard about the Mei family's misfortune, even though he didn't know who did it, he was furious and felt pity for them. However, Li Jinfeng didn't let his anger get to his head. He knew how serious this matter was, and he couldn't bring the disaster to his family. Therefore, he discussed with Mei Qinglian and decided to settle down in a small mountain village first. They would make plans after finding out the details. Therefore, the two of them pretended to be an eloping couple and hid in a mountain village first. Li Jinfeng returned to Nanzhao Town to inquire about the news. When Mei Qinglian got the news that her whole family had been kidnapped by Shi Tsuishan, she immediately knew Shi Tsuishan's intention. She had the idea of using the treasures at home to rescue her family. But how could she know any Jianghu people? She could only ask Li Jinfeng for help. Li Jinfeng knew Zhang Xiaohu and the entrance to Ethereal Heights. However, at that time, it was unknown whether Zhang Xiaohu was alive or dead, and the Misty School had become the Righteous Alliance. Li Jinfeng naturally didn't know what to do. In the end, Mei Qinglian remembered that Minister Mei seemed to have mentioned that the Mei family had some relations with a martial arts family surnamed Tan. She also remembered the name of the Tan family's residence. Therefore, she decided to go to the Tan family to seek help. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Chapter 1144. The Tan family's Misty Rain town was close to Poyang Town, but it was far from Nanzhao Town. Li Jinfeng hesitated when he heard this, but he couldn't bring Mei Qinglian back to her home in Lu Town, nor could he avenge her. He could only accompany Mei Qinglian all the way to the south. There was a saying in ancient times, "A scholar is useless." Li Jinfeng felt that this was wrong. That day, Zhang Xiaohua accompanied Nie Qinyu from 1,000 miles away. That was because Zhang Xiaohua knew martial arts and had the ability to protect himself and Nie Qinyu. That was already a chivalrous act. But compared to Li Jinfeng, she was far inferior. Li Jinfeng was only a weak scholar with a weak body. Going to Misty Rain Town alone was already a test for him, not to mention bringing Mei Qinglian along. The hardships along the way couldn't be described in detail. Li Jinfeng's bravery had already moved Mei Qinglian. But she knew her body's condition and her current situation, so she didn't dare to reveal her feelings. Moreover, the two talked along the way and didn't hide anything. They already knew each other well. Mei Qinglian also knew that Li Jinfeng already had a girl named Qiu Tong in his heart. But because fate made fools of people, This girl went to the south a few years ago. Now, it was unknown whether she was alive or dead. Even Li Jinfeng didn't hesitate to tell Mei Qinglian that she was somewhat similar to Qiu Tong. And it was because of this similarity that he helped her so deeply. Li Jinfeng's frankness didn't make Mei Qinglian angry. Instead, she appreciated Li Jinfeng even more. She felt that Li Jinfeng was a magnanimous gentleman. The two went all the way to the south, carefully covering their tracks, thinking that they had escaped from Shichui Mountain. But what they did not know was that this Shichui Mountain was not the same Shichui Mountain. That day, the horse carriage that they had taken from Nanzhao had been a galloping horse carriage. Some of the Righteous Alliance's disciples had already reported their whereabouts to the disciples sent by Shichui Mountain. As they fled for their lives, they had not been able to shake off the Righteous Alliance's pursuit. It was not until they were near Misty Rain Town that Mei Qinglian found out that the Tan family had been exterminated several years ago that she began to panic. Then, Zhao Hong, who was following them, also felt that something was wrong. He knew that these two people were not looking for treasures, so he was about to show up and capture them. However, at this time, the news of their following also attracted the attention of the youngest Mei and shopkeeper Liu. They stopped them and asked for details. Li Jinfeng and Mei Qinglian took this opportunity to escape far away. They wanted to hide in the wilderness to avoid the pursuit of the Righteous Alliance. However, they were only ordinary people. How could they outrun the youngest, Mei's Qinggong expert? It wasn't easy for them to run to this mountain temple, but they were still easily caught up. Mei Qinglian's body couldn't take it anymore as she had been drifting all this time. She was on the verge of death even before old Mei interrogated her. "Sigh, young Masterly, I really admire you." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua really didn't know what to say. Li Jinfeng couldn't even protect himself, yet he still wanted to protect a weak girl he didn't know. This, if Mei Qinglian didn't resemble Qiu Tong, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't have been able to find a reason for Li Jinfeng to risk his life like this. There are things that a real man should do, and there are things that he shouldn't do. Since I've encountered such an outrageous matter, even if I have to pay with my life, I'll still take care of it. Even if she doesn't look like elder sister Qiu Tong at all? Li Jinfeng nodded without hesitation. That's right. If you don't care, I don't care, and no one else, then how can there be justice and conscience in this world? Sigh, I've learned something, young Masterly. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt that this Li Jinfeng wasn't just his teacher who taught him how to read. He also had a lot to learn from him in terms of how to conduct himself in life. "Oh yes, young Masterly, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Li Jinfeng asked, but then he realized something. "Is Xiao Hu still alive?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and smiled. "Of course my second brother is alive, but I want to tell you something else." "Something else?" Li Jinfeng was stunned, and then his face flushed red. He looked out of the window and said softly, "Qiu Tong, is she still alive?" "Haha, yes." Zhang Xiaohua almost clapped her hands and laughed. "My second brother has returned to the ethereal heights in Pingyang City, and elder sister Qiu Tong has also returned to the Huanxi Mountain Villa with Yen. If you want to see her, you can go to the Huanxi Mountain Villa." Sigh, Li Jinfeng didn't feel happy when he heard this. Instead, he looked melancholy. After a while, seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand, he said, "I'm just a weak scholar. I'm hot-blooded, but I don't have the strength to truss a chicken. How can I be worthy of Qiu Tong? I think Qiu Tong has already found a strong martial artist. I can only wish her well. Young Masterly, look at how jealous you are. Didn't I tell you it's something to be happy about? If elder sister Qiu Tong was already married, I wouldn't have told you. She's still waiting to get married." Forget it. Forget it. After all, they're two different kinds of people. Why do we have to squeeze them together? Li Jinfeng was still shy. Zhang Xiaohua was a little angry. "You obviously like Qiu Tong, and you're willing to risk your life for Mei Qinglian, who looks like her. Then why didn't you tell Qiu Tong? If she doesn't like you, then so be it. But what if she likes you too? Won't you miss out on a marriage for nothing? Will you have to bear a grudge for the rest of your life? Even if you go and see her again, you won't be wronged for liking her." Zhang Xiaohua treated Li Jinfeng as her elder brother. She said everything in her heart. Then, she looked outside and smiled. We've just arrived at Poyang Town. It's still very far from Pingyang City. Think about it. Zhang Xiaohua had already entered Poyang Town 3 times. She was very familiar with it. She used her divine perception to scan the town. She didn't panic when she couldn't find any trace of Chu Zhigao. Chu Zhigao had been in the martial world for a long time. In addition, he had the experience of being plotted against previously. If he hid in Poyang Town, it wouldn't be easy for others to find him. However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. When Chu Jing was mentioned at Huanxi Mountain Villa, he felt uneasy. After rescuing Li Jinfeng at the Mountain Deity Temple, he no longer had the same feeling. Perhaps his uneasiness wasn't because of Chu Jing, but because of Li Jinfeng. But since that was the case, Chu Jing was safe and there was no need to worry too much. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua found an inn and stayed there. She released her divine perception every day and searched around Poyang Town, hoping to find traces of Chu Zhigao. Although he didn't know why Zhang Xiaohua came to Poyang Town, Li Jinfeng didn't ask much. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's words these days, he thought deeply and didn't disturb Zhang Xiaohua. Early in the morning, when Zhang Xiaohua released her divine perception, she saw Chu Zhigao quietly walking out of a low house on the east side of Poyang Town. He carried a bucket on his shoulder and seemed to be going outside to fetch water. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, I knew that you would show up sooner or later. Even if you don't come out to buy things, you can't not fetch water, right? Zhang Xiaohua called Li Jinfeng and went straight out of the inn to Chu Zhigao's small courtyard on the east side. This was an extremely remote place. The walls of the courtyard weren't high, and the house inside was low. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the door and didn't hold back. She shouted loudly, Brother Chu, I'm here to find you. Come out quickly. When Chu Zhigao heard the familiar voice, he quickly opened the door and stuck his head out. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he couldn't help but smile and said, Ren Xiaoxi, why are you here so soon? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. When did you think I would come? I thought you would come in 2 years. Chu Zhigao said with a smile. When Zhang Xiaohua just introduced Li Jinfeng to Chu Zhigao, a cheerful figure ran out from the small courtyard. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he immediately knelt down. It was Chu Jing. He even shouted, Disciple greets master. This time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't refuse. She nodded and said, Get up. Master came here specially to find you. Hearing the change in Zhang Xiaohua's tone, Chu Zhigao was overjoyed. At this time, Chu Zhigao's mother also came out. Chu Zhigao shouted, Mother. Ren Xiaoxia finally accepted Jing as his disciple. Really? This is true? When Chu Zhigao's mother heard this, she almost couldn't believe her ears. That day, Zhang Xiaohua only said to wait for the right time. But when would the time be right? This was a big matter that she had always been brooding about. She never thought that just how long had it been. Zhang Xiaohua actually relented. Ren Xiaoxia. Could it be that he found the place to open the sect? Chu Zhigao's mother probed. No, not yet. Plans can't keep up with changes. The previous plans were all inappropriate. We still need to plan again. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, However, opening the sect is opening the sect. Accepting disciples is accepting disciples. I have already accepted 6 disciples. Chu Jing is the last one. My sect already has the Big Dipper 7-star lords. Thank you, Ren Xiaoxia. No, thank you, Immortal Master, for your mercy. Quick, Jing. Aren't you going to greet your master? Chu Zhigao's mother was so happy that she was about to cry. There's no need. Jing has already paid his respects. When the sect opens in the future, I'll let them do it again. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and smiled. Then, the group entered the courtyard. Chu Zhigao took out the tea and other things and said embarrassedly, In order to avoid being harassed by others, I didn't dare to stay on Dragon Mountain anymore. That's why I brought my mother and Jing to move here. This place is really simple and crude. I hope Immortal Master can understand. Haha, it's okay. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, You can pack up and follow me to Pingyang City." Chu Zhigao was overjoyed. He stood up and said, "I'll pack up right away. When will Immortal Master be leaving?" "Oh, take your time. I still have some worldly affairs to attend to. However, I'll be back in a few days." Young Master Li is Ai's best friend. I'm afraid that something might happen to him if he stayed in the inn. So I brought him here. Please take care of him. Li Jinfeng followed Zhang Xiaohua here. He felt as if he was floating in the clouds and didn't know what they were talking about. Now that he heard himself mentioned, he immediately cupped his hands and bowed. "Sorry for the trouble." Chapter 1145. Once he heard that Li Jinfeng was Zhang Xiaohua's best friend, how could Chu Zhigao not be respectful? He immediately stood up and bowed again. After Li Jinfeng returned the greeting, he thought for a moment and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua." But he suddenly remembered that Chu Zhigao had called Zhang Xiaohua Ren Xiaoxia. Didn't that mean that he immediately shut his mouth? Chu Zhigao and his mother were stunned. Then, they lowered their eyebrows, as if they didn't know what was going on. Zhang Xiaohua was attentive and had already noticed. She smiled and said, "Brother Chu, my real name is Zhang Xiaohua. Ren Xiaoyao is just another identity of mine. I didn't mean to hide it, please forgive me." "It's nothing. Immortal Master is my savior and my son's teacher. I don't dare to think too much." Chu Zhigao replied hurriedly. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. Li Jinfeng continued, "Xiaohua, I wonder, where are you going? If it's on the way, why don't we go together?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and smiled. "Didn't I tell young Master Li a few days ago? Because I sent a letter home in Macho City, I got into a lot of trouble. Didn't I ask the youngest Mei in the Mountain Deity Temple? I have a rough understanding of the situation of the Righteous Alliance's carriage companies. Although old Mei only gave me a verbal account, and I don't know who he is, but I must make a trip to the carriage company in Sorrow City and eliminate all the disciples of the Righteous Alliance in one fell swoop. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. Is that so?" Normally, Li Jinfeng would have persuaded Zhang Xiaohua not to complain for fear of hurting the innocent. But after more than a month of running for his life, Li Jinfeng also knew that violence had to be met with violence. He nodded slightly and said, "Then go quickly and come back quickly." Chu Zhigao was stunned. He looked at his mother and asked softly, "Immortal Master, are you talking about Macho City, where Rejuvenation Valley is located?" "Yes, you know it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, But based on that, you must buy a good horse." It's fine." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. "Go ahead and pack up. I'll be back soon. It won't take me a few days." "Immortal Master." Chu Zhigao's mother also wanted to say something. "It's a long journey. Why don't we let Zhigao accompany Immortal Master? We can take care of each other on the way." "Ha ha ha." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and stood up. She said, "Since Chu Jing is already under my tutelage, and the Immortal Tao is going to flourish soon, I won't hide anything from you. I'll let you see Ai's supernatural powers." After she finished speaking, she made a hand seal and floated away. When she was 3 feet above the ground, she gradually disappeared. Then, a sentence came from midair. "Wait carefully in the courtyard. I will be back in a few days." "Immortal Master?" Chu Zhigao's mother saw this and fell to her knees. She almost thought that Zhang Xiaohua was an immortal. Li Jinfeng's mouth was wide open and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Although he knew that Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were excellent and that she could easily get a coffin from somewhere, he never thought that he, a country boy who was enlightened by the Shuawen Jiezi, would now have supernatural powers that he could only read about in the legends of immortals. After Zhang Xiaohua left Poyang town, she concealed herself and went straight to Mao Chou City. After a few days, she saw a familiar city. At this time, Mao Chou City was different from a few days ago, when Zhang Xiaohua came here. The first time was when Nie Qianyu was fighting for a spouse, and the second time was when Longting Mountain Villa was besieging Rejuvenation Valley. Every time, Mao Cho City was filled with Jianghu people with shiny swords and sabers. This time, because of the immortal abode on Yao Mountain, everyone who had some ideas went north. There was almost no Jianghu person in Mao Cho City in the south.
A
servant of the carriage company? Why is there a new servant? Zhang Xiaohua scanned with her divine sense and found it strange. Sure enough, the servant of the carriage company was replaced by an honest, middle-aged man. The previous servant was nowhere to be seen. That's strange. Could it be that that guy has foresight like me? Zhang Xiaohua landed in the middle of the carriage and found some time to use his bewitching finger to get to the bottom of things. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. That servant is no longer a servant of the carriage company. I'm afraid he exposed himself. But since he is in Mao Cho City, it will be easy to find him. Zhang Xiaohua came out of the carriage company and released her divine sense. She wanted to find the servant in Mao Cho City. However, Mao Cho City was filled with people. How could it be easy to find him? Zhang Xiaohua searched for a long time, but she didn't find anything. Forget it. Since I am in Mao Cho City, I should check on Little Orange's injuries. Zhang Xiaohua then went in the direction of Rejuvenation Valley. In Rejuvenation Valley, it was still spring all year round. In an embroidery room, Little Orange was leaning against the bed. There was an embroidery frame on her body. Her right hand was on the bed, while her left hand was holding an embroidery needle. She was embroidering something thread by thread. In a moment of carelessness, her left hand touched the reel of thread. Little Orange naturally raised her right hand to support it. However, the moment she moved, a trace of pain appeared on her face. She gritted her teeth and slowly moved her right hand to the reel of thread. She straightened the reel of thread before placing her right hand back on the bed. Little Orange, is your right hand still okay? A familiar voice, one that even appeared in Little Orange's dreams, rang in his ears. Big Brother Ren? Little Orange was shocked and turned her head in disbelief. Wasn't there a familiar face and a familiar person standing next to the window? Is it really you, Big Brother Ren? Little Orange was pleasantly surprised. She no longer cared about the reel of thread. Just as she was about to get up, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Don't move, don't move. I heard from Fishy Nye that you haven't fully recovered. You've seen Miss? You. Little Orange's surprised face was filled with respect and then a trace of melancholy. He said, You are really that immortal? Zhang Xiaohua walked up to him with a smile. Little Fish Nye is indeed like a sister to you.
She even told you about this.
Immortal? Elder Ren, please don't blame her. Elder Sister Ping rode on your David's deer and held the token you gave her. Although she heard from Elder Sister Ping, or that you picked it up on the road, but Miss didn't think so. She knew that you had always been thrifty and also had deep feelings. Huan, you couldn't have thrown it away. You must have something urgent and had no choice but to let Elder Sister Ping ride on your David's deer. And when we found out that the sect leader of the Misty School is Zhang Xiaohu and that the Misty School is in Pingyang City, didn't you go to Pingyang City before? Your name is so similar to Zhang Xiaohu's. Miss wondered if you were that immortal. I forgot about Little Fish Nye's intelligence. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, When I accepted Little Fish Nye as my disciple, I didn't have time to ask her. I didn't expect that I gave myself away so much. When Little Orange heard this, he was overjoyed and said, Congratulations, Elder Immortal. Miss has finally been accepted into the Beta School, and Elder Immortal has finally accepted an extremely intelligent disciple. Then he felt a little sad. After thinking for a while, he probed, Miss must be very happy now. Little Orange, when I accepted Little Fish Nye into my Beta School, she is also my junior sister. You don't have to call me Master Immortal. Just call me Big Brother Ren. Big Brother Ren. Don't. Why don't you call me Young Master Ren like before? Little Orange said shyly, I should call you Young Master Zhang, but Young Master Ren is too comfortable. It's okay, Little Orange. Recuperate well. When your body recovers, we will. We still don't know where to find us. If we don't find you, you can go to the Misty School in Pingyang City and look for the leader of the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohu. He will definitely know where we are. Young Master Ren, I can go now. You bring me to Miss. Little Orange begged. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, I have already checked. You are still not in a good condition to move around. Let's leave it at that. It won't be too late to look for us next year. Little Orange looked disappointed and laid down again helplessly. Oh yes, where is Valley Master Nia? Why isn't he in the valley? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. I don't know. It seems there is something important. Old Master C and the rest of the people from the weapon forging sect came. Then Valley Master brought some disciples and went out with them. Miss, didn't she tell you? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, No. Little Orange was stunned. Suddenly, she thought of something and said in shock, Young Master Ren, Miss, and Sister Ping, I went to Pingyang City to look for you right after Valley Master left. How long has it been? Why did you come back to Spring Valley? Before Zhang Xiaohua could explain, Little Orange realized something and said apologetically, I forgot that young Master Ren can fly.
Hee.
Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, All right, Little Orange, do you have any words for Little Fish Nya? Young Master Ren, are you leaving now? Little Orange asked. Yes, I came to Macho City to settle some matters. But when I thought of your injuries, I came over to take a look. After I am done, I still have to rush back to Pingyang City. Zhang Xiaohua said. Thank you, young Master Ren, for still thinking of me. Little Orange was a little happy and said, I don't have anything to say to Mississippi. I only hope that, in the future, I can still serve
Miss.
Hee, no problem. There are only a few dogs and kittens in Beta School. It will be lively if you go there, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile.
Ah, really?
Thank you, Master Immortal, thank you, young Master Ren. Little Orange was overjoyed. All right, you should recuperate first. I'll agree to your request. I will take my leave first. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, conjured a spell, and flew out of the window. When Zhang Xiaohua was far away and out of sight, Little Orange heaved a long sigh of relief. She released the embroidery in her left hand. The embroidery was a pair of ducks playing in the water. Please vote monthly. Please vote recommendation. Please collect. Please tip. Thank you. Chapter 1146. By the time they left Rejuvenation Valley, night had already fallen, and the lights in Macho City were gradually becoming brighter. Zhang Xiaohua stood in midair with her hands behind her back. She did not release her divine sense, and only used her naked eyes to look down. She saw that in Macho City, every household was lit up with lights. The surface of Macho Lake reflected the surrounding lights and the night sky that had yet to be revealed. It was even more starry than the real night sky. This place, why is it so deserted? Could it be that something is wrong? Zhang Xiaohua was admiring the view when she suddenly noticed that on the west side of Macho Lake, there was a large area. It was completely dark and there were no lights. It was completely different from the surrounding lights. If it was a normal day, Zhang Xiaohua might not have noticed it. However, between the clouds and the water, by Yanqiu's palace, was dark at night. Zhang Xiaohua was able to recognize it easily and gain a lot of benefits from it. How could he not remember? Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and scanned the area. Then he frowned. This area was a huge manor.
It was close to the Sorrowless Lake.
Although most of the area was dark and there were no traces of people, there were still many people living around the manor. Moreover, there were many men in martial attire around the manor. They held lanterns in their hands and were constantly on duty. I'm afraid this is the manner of an official. Zhang Xiaohua had just thought of this when another thought popped up. That day when I came to Macho City with my dream, it seems that the dream appeared near this manor. Could it be the incense cult in Macho City? At this moment, a black shadow escaped from the manor in a panic from the southern side of the manor. Not far behind him were two men in martial arts attire. One of them held a torch, while the other held a steel saber. They were hot on his heels. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua saw the black shadow in front of her and couldn't help but laugh. People often wear out iron shoes, but still can't find you. I cast a wide net in Macho City, but still couldn't find you. I actually met you here today. Wasn't the black shadow in front the worker of the storm carriage company? Judging from the way he fled, he seemed to be quite familiar with the surrounding terrain. However, the two people who were chasing after him were obviously much more skilled than the shop assistant. After they left the manor, they threw away their torches and focused on chasing after him. By the time Zhang Xiaohua had flown behind them, the shop assistant had already been sandwiched between the two of them. You little thief, why aren't you surrendering? A Chinese character shouted with a sinister smile. Heroes, please spare my life. I was just short of some money and wanted to steal some things from your residence. But I didn't get anything. Please spare me. The shop assistant was still arguing, but his eyes were looking around and his feet didn't stop. Hee, with such qinggong, how could you be an ordinary thief? Don't bully me because I can't see. A man said angrily. The other man continued. Yixiang Manor is famous in Mo Cho City. There isn't a single ruffian in the vicinity who would believe your words. Seeing that the shop assistant was getting closer, one of the men raised his steel knife and laughed sinisterly. Since brother isn't willing to stop, then I'll let you bleed first. However, just as the steel knife was about to fall, a black shadow descended from the sky and grabbed the shop assistant's neck. With a light lift, the man's steel knife fell into the air. The black shadow didn't stop and hovered about 10 feet above the ground. With the shop assistant's body in his hand, he flew far away in the blink of an eye like a nighthawk. When the two men saw this, they couldn't help but be stunned. They stopped in their tracks and looked at each other, their eyes filled with horror. Big brother. I didn't see wrongly, right? Is that someone from the immortal Tao? Brother, no, it didn't see wrongly, that's right. The other stuttered and shrunk his neck. Brother, let's hurry back and report this matter to the steward. This thief is not from anywhere. Not only did he sneak into our Yixiang Manor at night, he even had an expert from the immortal Tao to receive him. This matter is serious. The two men turned around and left even faster than when they were chasing after the shop assistant. As for the shop assistant, he had escaped from death and was overjoyed. His body was in midair, and the night wind blew gently. He almost suspected that he was in a dream. That shop assistant was also clever and knew that it was not the right time to speak. He waited for the expert from the immortal Tao to descend from the sky and stop at a secluded place before turning around. Without looking carefully, he bowed and said, Immortal Elder, thank you for saving my life. After a few kowtows, he offered his gratitude. That person laughed coldly and didn't reply. When the shop assistant heard this, he unconsciously raised his head and probed. This disciple is a subordinate disciple of Qing Yanling Mo Cho City. I don't know which elder of the immortal Tao is. This last surprised was when he saw the face of the person who came. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He saw that the face was very young, only about 16 years old. However, the figure was thin and tall, taller than the shop assistant by a head. Wasn't that the person he had seen before at the storm carriage company? In an instant, the shop assistant's back was covered in sweat. What? You recognized I? The person who came was indeed Zhang Xiaohua. Her eyes were full of sarcasm as she said coldly, Immortal Elder. I have eyes but failed to see. I don't know. The shop assistant was incoherent and didn't know what to say. Was there a need to say this? He had reported the situation of this immortal elder's family having excess wealth, and he himself knew the methods of the Qing Yanling Mo. Was there a need to ask the reason why this immortal elder came to find him now? Immortal Elder, please spare my life. Please spare my life. These are the orders of the owner. I am only following orders. The shop assistant fell to the ground and begged. Your so-called owner has already died in I's hands. You don't have to accuse me. You have to know the consequences of what you have done. Zhang Xiaohua didn't waste time with him. She pointed her finger and used bewitching finger to hit the acupoint at the back of the shop assistant's head. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with anger. She thought to herself, this Qing Yanling Mo is really despicable. Who knows how many innocent lives it has taken. It's a pity that I don't have the means to get rid of it one by one. Oh, right, the place you wanted just now. Is it the manor of the fragrant cult? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought. Yes, this Yixiang Mountain Manor is the manor of the famous martial arts family, the Ge family. Secretly, it is the base of the fragrant cult in Mo Cho City. It has been many years. This is what I know from the Banner Lord. Why did you go to the Yixiang Mountain Manor? The Banner Lord seems to be doing something to the Yixiang Mountain Manor. I was just a scout to find out the actual situation. All right, tell me the location of your Banner Lord. The shop assistant told Zhang Xiaohua what she wanted to know very clearly. After he finished, Zhang Xiaohua said, although you didn't personally kill anyone, according to your information, who knows how many innocent people have died in the hands of others. You can be considered to have deserved more than death. Letting you leave unknowingly is also a reward for your cooperation, just now. As she said this, she looked at the shop assistant's blank expression. Zhang Xiaohua sighed slightly in her heart. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the shop assistant's neck. With a slight force, a kacha sound was heard. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of the shop assistant's mouth. His body went limp and fell to the ground, dead. It's not that there won't be retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come. Once the time is up, retribution will come knocking, Zhang Xiaohua said in a low voice. She soared up again. Tonight, a secret branch of the Righteous Tao Alliance in Mo Cho City was unlucky. Before the shop assistant could reply, the god of pestilence came knocking on their door. A group of evil men whose hands were secretly stained with blood didn't even get to see the other party's face before their lives were reaped by a swift and fierce sword light. In just the time it took to eat a meal, Zhang Xiaohua soared up from a small courtyard and was about to fly out of Mo Cho City. But just as she was about to leave the city, she changed her mind and her body flew diagonally towards Lingering Fragrance Manor. Lingering Fragrance Manor was the same as before. Most of the place was pitch black, but there were more disciples patrolling around the manor. It was as if they were guarding against the Righteous Tao Alliance. Zhang Xiaohua concealed her body and landed in a pavilion. Beside the pavilion was a small pond. The lotus flowers in the pond had already withered, and the lotus leaves were also somewhat withered. Looking at the water in the pond, it was flowing slightly. It was actually connected to the water of Mo Cho Lake. Is there anything strange about this place? When Peacock came to Mo Cho City, she had to make a trip here. When Meng came to Mo Cho City, she also had to make a trip here. Whatever they do, they can't talk about it outside. Today, I want to see if there's anything strange about this place. However, with Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, the entire manor was very normal. It was no different from an ordinary manor. For a moment, there was no way for her to investigate. I forgot. Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead and scolded herself. Didn't I just use the bewitching finger? Won't I know if I ask someone? Sure enough, in a moment, Zhang Xiaohua's body appeared in a garden. Looking at the embroidered building in Xiaohua's garden, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. So this ordinary embroidered building is the place where the inner disciples of Enchanting Fragrance cult have to pay their respects after arriving at Mo Cho City? Moreover, other than the inner disciples, all the disciples of Enchanting Fragrance cult are not allowed to come close to this garden. Even the old consecrator of Enchanting Fragrance cult can't come close. Isn't it just a portrait? Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and understood. Then, she walked slowly to the front of the embroidered building. Strangely, there was no fluctuation of primordial qi from inside to outside. It was very inconsistent with the status of Enchanting Fragrance cult as a big immortal sect. Something is strange, something is strange. Zhang Xiaohua, who was used to dealing with all kinds of restrictions of Enchanting Fragrance cult, suspected that there was something strange about this embroidered building that she didn't know about. However, When she activated the Crimson Spirit protection and walked safely into the first floor of the embroidered building without triggering any restrictions, she couldn't help but feel extremely strange. Taking out a luminous pearl from her arms, Zhang Xiaohua observed the first floor of the embroidered building again with the help of the luminous pearl's brilliance. The first floor of the embroidered building was similar to the first floor of the Misty School's Inheritance Pavilion. It was very clean and tidy. There was only a portrait hanging on the south wall. Under the portrait there was a quaint table. On the table there were 3 different styles of incense burners, each with several incense sticks. Chapter 1147. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua's attention was drawn to the portrait. As Zhang Xiaohua expected, the portrait was of a lady dressed in palace attire. Her face was covered with a white veil, and she held a whip in her hand. The only difference was that the background of the lady had changed from a small bridge to a small pavilion. Beside the pavilion was a small lake that was as round as a crescent moon. Looking at the lake, it was similar to Mao Cho Lake. However, the lake was rippling with waves and there was no embankment that divided the lake into 2. There was also no frown pagoda. This lady is always dressed in palace attire and a veil. Who knows if she is the lady I saw in the Jade Stone Hall? However, her attire and the whip in her hand have not changed. I think she must be the founder of the incense cult that Wan Wuxin mentioned, Senior Yu Ming Xi. If not for Senior Yu, all the female disciples of the incense cult who come to Mao Cho City would not need to pay their respects. But Senior Yu, why is her portrait not on Lingering Fragrance Peak, but in Mao Cho City? Perhaps Mao Cho City was built by Senior Yu? And the legendary Lady of Mao Cho is
Senior Yu?
Could it be that the stories about Lady of Mao Cho are all true? But who is the legendary Yifeng? Who is that monk called Xian Kong? Is he a monk from the Dalan Temple? Even if he is a monk from the Dalan Temple, he must be the founder of the Dalan Temple to have such a cultivation level, right? But then again, even the founder of the Dalan Temple could not have such a high cultivation level as Senior Yu. How could she suppress someone under Mao Cho Lake? Oh right, under Mao Cho Lake. When Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, he released his divine sense and scanned the bottom of the Mao Cho Lake. He saw that the Frown Pagoda was buried deep into the lake and he couldn't see the bottom. At the bottom of the pagoda, there was a restriction that emitted a weak Buddhist light. Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback when he saw the familiar restriction light. Could it be? Xian Kong is really a monk from the Dalan Temple? But what is this? Within the Buddhist light, the faintly discernible 7-colored Buddhist lotus was surrounded by pitch-black threads. It was abnormally dazzling. Moreover, when Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness swept past the restriction, the black thread seemed to have a life of its own as it swayed slightly. As the black thread swayed, Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness seemed to be attracted and slowly shifted towards the Buddhist lotus. This is bad. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and didn't dare to look again. She immediately withdrew her divine sense and said to herself, Why is this Buddhist restriction so strange? However, the restriction went deep into the earth's core. With Zhang Xiaohua's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to escape so deep into the earth. Therefore, it was impossible for him to escape underground to observe carefully, let alone break the restriction. That restriction has the effect of isolating divine sense and can even devour divine sense. It is impossible to know who is sealed within the restriction. Therefore, I can't determine whether the legendary carefree girl is Senior Yu. According to legend, as long as I can flood the Frown Tower, I can release the carefree girl from the tower. But ordinary means obviously can't do it. If I want to do it, I can only use the magical power of the immortal Tao. Not to mention that I don't have such means now. Even if I did, the so-called Xian Kong monk must have other means of defense on the Frown Tower. Forget it. Whether the carefree girl is Yu Mingxin or not is just a cause from tens of thousands of years ago. Who knows where the effect is? The carefree girl is a legend in Jing City, and she is very popular. Yu Mingxin is indeed the founder of the immortal Tao. Speaking of which, there is no connection between them. This effect will be left to the fated person of the incense cult. I have no interest in it. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua bowed deeply to the portrait, just like she did in the Misty School's Hall of Inheritance. Senior Yu, I have gained a lot from your incense cult. Let me bow to you as a token of my gratitude. Then, Zhang Xiaohua straightened up, looked at the ladder in the corner, and slowly walked up to the second floor of the embroidery tower. The second floor looked more like a woman's boudoir than the ground floor. However, it had been a long time, and there were no silk objects. There was a futon in the corner, a table in front of the window, a wooden box and a bronze mirror on the table, and a wooden cabinet against the wall. Zhang Xiaohua scanned the room with her divine sense and found that they were all ordinary objects. She didn't sense any fluctuation of vital energy. She even walked to the bronze mirror and looked at it again and again. She didn't sense any abnormalities like the clear sky mirror. This must be where Senior Yu lived in the early years. This table should be a dressing table. It is so simple and crude that there isn't even a stool. What's inside the box? Zhang Xiaohua thought and opened the wooden box. It was similar to the dressing box that Zhang Xiaohua saw in Lady Aya's room in the small village. It was also empty except for a wooden hairpin at the bottom of the box. Strange? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised when he saw the wooden hairpin. Of course, he wasn't surprised that the hairpin was similar to Lady Aya's hairpin. He was surprised that the hairpin was exactly the same as the purple phoenix hairpin. Misty School has a jade slip that is exactly the same as the purple phoenix hairpin. Senior Yu's embroidery room has a wooden hairpin that is exactly the same as the purple phoenix hairpin. What does this mean? Zhang Xiaohua immediately let his imagination run wild. Could it be that the founder of Misty School, Yang Haoya, and the founder of Fragrance Sect, Yu Mingxin, have something that can't be explained clearly? But this kind of thing. Why doesn't the founder of Xindao Sect, Wan Wuxin, know about it? Could it be that Senior Huan was deceived by the two of them? Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and thought for a while. He then took out the two purple phoenix hairpins and another jade slip that looked like a purple phoenix hairpin. He compared them with the wooden hairpin. Needless to say, it was obvious. The four of them were exactly the same except for the texture. This karma has already been buried in the river of karma. No one else will know about it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and was about to put away the purple phoenix hairpin. But at this moment, the wooden hairpin that looked like firewood suddenly emitted a weak wave of yuan qi. Although the wave was weak, it was extremely strong. It swept past the purple phoenix hairpin and covered Zhang Xiaohua's body. Then, a suction force rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua's and Aiwan Palace. Zhang Xiaohua was caught off guard, and her divine sense was sucked towards the wooden hairpin. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She hurriedly activated Shin Traction. Her Dan heart spun rapidly, and the innate divine seal on it emitted a faint golden light to counteract the suction force. The suction force did not suck in her divine sense. Instead, it went downwards. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt the true qi in her meridians rushing towards the suction force. It was as if the true qi was going to burst out of her body. Are you kidding me? Senior Yu? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly activated the Carefree Heart Sutra and tried to channel her true qi into her meridians. But the Carefree Heart Sutra still had some effect at first. But as the suction force increased, the Carefree Heart Sutra gradually lost its effect. A portion of her true qi was sucked away by the suction force and channeled into the wooden hairpin. With the influx of true qi, the wooden hairpin gradually glowed. What an unreasonable bandit. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a little annoyed at the sympathetic Yu Mingxin. Could it be that everyone from the Immortal Tao is this tyrannical? At this time, the Carefree Heart Sutra had already lost its effect. Zhang Xiaohua's Zhen Qi became sluggish and was about to completely leave his body. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua heard the faint roar of a dragon. He felt as if all the meridians in his body had gained sentience. His entire meridians moved slightly, immediately canceling out that unparalleled suction force. That suction force was no longer able to suck away even half a strand of Zhen Qi. This My meridians. When did they move? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed but also shocked. Following the disappearance of the wooden hairpin suction force, the brilliance of the wooden hairpin also stabilized. The brilliance overflowed a few times, and a foot-sized ball of light jumped out of the wooden hairpin. Within the ball of light was the appearance of a woman wearing palace robes and a veil. Nascent divinity projection? Zhang Xiaohua snorted, almost moaning. The ball of light flew in front of Zhang Xiaohua and stopped. It quietly floated there. After a moment, the woman in the ball of light spoke. Who are you? Why do you hold the purple phoenix hairpin of my incense cult, but not my incense cult's legacy heart sutra? Zhang Xiaohua secretly despised her. Please, Senior Yu, this isn't the first time I've seen a primordial spirit projection. Even if I told you, would you be able to hear me? Don't be so arrogant, all right? Sure enough, the woman immediately laughed and said, however, I'm seeing you through a primordial spirit projection. Even if you told me, I wouldn't know. However, I'm still very curious. This purple phoenix hairpin is used by my incense cult's legacy heart sutra. You don't have my incense cult's legacy heart sutra, so how did you get it? Either my incense cult has already been destroyed and the purple phoenix hairpin has been obtained by another sect, or my incense cult has reorganized the cultivation world and the legacy heart sutra on you is another sect's legacy heart sutra. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and laughed. Both of these possibilities seem wrong. Your qi isn't from the incense cult, nor the Misty School, nor the Xindao sect or the Great Forest Division. Presumably, another disciple from another cultivation world has come? Or perhaps it's a legacy heart sutra from the ancient cultivation world. Hearing the woman say so much because of her qi, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but curl her lips. This woman, no matter if she's a village woman or an expert from the immortal Tao, they all have the same nature of gossip. I've asked too much. The woman seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. She covered her mouth and laughed. No matter what, you came to my embroidery room with 2 purple phoenix hairpins. It's fate that brought us together. Why should I ask so much? By the way, I'm the founder of the incense cult, Yu Mingxin. I don't know if your master has told you about me. Although Yu Mingxin was wearing a veil, her tone was very arrogant. She had actually obtained a beloved object from a little girl and was showing it off to others. I know. I heard Senior Yu's name from Senior Huan. However, if you ask 10 people in the Jianghu, I'm afraid that even 10 of them wouldn't know who Yu Mingxin is. Although Zhang Xiaohua knew that Yu Mingxin couldn't hear her, she still didn't forget to give her a blow when she remembered that she wanted to absorb her divine sense and qi. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Calm to vote. Chapter 1148. Hee, after hearing my identity, are you very surprised? Envious? You want to see my real face? Yu Mingxin was still smiling. Sweat, Zhang Xiaohua touched her forehead. Why does the Senior Yu speak like little Fishinya? Could it be that she's not that old? However, after hearing about Yu Mingxin's real face, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. In the portraits in the Jade Hall of the Fragrance Cult, in Wan Wuxin's Summer World, and in the Jade Hall of the Misty School's Ethereal Palace, Yu Mingxin's face was covered with a veil. I wonder what she looks like. However, just as this thought appeared in her mind, Yu Mingxin's voice sounded again. But don't be delusional. Only one person can see my face, and he has already seen it. In this world, no one can see it anymore. Are you kidding me? Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. Since he won't let you see it, why are you still asking? Sigh. Yu Mingxin let out a long sigh. Her tone was full of sadness, different from her relaxed tone just now. But, so what if he sees it? The immortal Tao is ethereal, and the great Tao is endless. Beautiful women age easily, but the human heart is not what it used to be. He said that the immortal Tao is the only thing in his heart, and that he should have cut off his feelings long ago. But I said that the immortal Tao is confusing, and that it's better to use feelings as a lamp and live freely in the mortal world. He said that everything in the world is a void, and only the immortal Tao is eternal. I said. Yu Mingxin smiled bitterly and said, I'm being silly again. It's been so many years, but whenever I talk about him, I feel that I'm talking too much. Oh right, you must have listened for a long time and want to know who he is. Zhang Xiaohua was about to nod, but immediately shook her head and said with a smile, Say whatever you want, I don't care if I listen or not. As expected, Yu Mingxin also said, However, right now, I can't tell you. Then, Yu Mingxin looked up at the window and said sadly, I used the primordial spirit projection technique to forcefully split a strand of my primordial spirit and put it into this wooden hairpin. I wanted to leave a little bit of my primordial spirit as a memento. If one day he really sees the essence of love, or if he really regrets what he has done, he will be able to hear my voice when he comes to the embroidery building where we used to live together. But I don't know why, but the yuan qi of heaven and earth is becoming increasingly scarce. This yuan spirit projection of mine has been unable to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth for a long time. It won't be long before this yuan spirit projection of mine disappears. Furthermore, if it weren't for your little bit of true energy, it would be troublesome even if I wanted to project my primordial spirit. So you don't have to blame me for absorbing that little bit of your true energy. In a while, I will use my story to make up for your loss. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she could only be silent. You've sucked away all the true qi. Can I still get it back? Yu Mingxin lowered her head as if she was thinking. After a while, she raised her head and said, My story is very long. You have to listen carefully. It's said that a long, long time ago, Yu Mingxin chuckled and said, Don't laugh. It's indeed something that happened a long time ago. This is also the reason why the Fragrant Religion, Misty School, and Shundao sect were established. I just don't know if the teachers of the Fragrant Religion can still tell you about it. Then, Yu Mingxin repeated the story that Wan Wuxin told to Zhang Xiaohua. There wasn't much difference. However, when she talked about the three of them traveling around before the establishment of the sect, she said, Before the three of us came to this world, there was still the way of immortals. This was what we learned in the secret plane. However, when we were traveling under a cliff, we found an array that was different from the one we learned. After 3 days and 3 nights of relentless attacks, we broke the array, and 3 rays of black light flew out from the array. The 3 of us chased after one of them and used our divine abilities to subdue the black light. Only then did we realize that they were actually 3 ancient magical treasures. These 3 magical treasures were different from the ones we used before and had incredible power. Among the 3 magical treasures, 2 of them were the purple phoenix hairpin, and the other was the devil refining gourd. These 3 magical treasures were the first magical treasures that we obtained here and also proved the existence of the way of immortals. The 2 purple phoenix hairpins were obtained by Yang Haoya and I. The devil refining gourd was obtained by Wan Wuxin. Because there were 3 magical treasures, 1 for each of us. Moreover, it was up to fate to obtain the magical treasures. Therefore, the 3 of us didn't feel that there was anything wrong and left happily. Of course, there was indeed nothing wrong with these 3 magical treasures. However, later on, then, Yu Mingxin talked about encountering the Earth's core. However, Yu Mingxin wasn't as frank as Wan Wuxin. She only said that it was something from the forbidden area of the incense cult Huan Su, but didn't specify what it was. Then, she talked about Wan Wuxin. When Yang Haoya and I were seriously injured, Wan Wuxin of the Shundao sect self-detonated one of Sakura's magical treasures in order to deal a blow to him. Although the effect was achieved, Sakura was also seriously injured at that time and fled in panic. However, Wan Wuxin himself couldn't treat his injuries and died on the spot. That Huan Su was a name that Yang Haoya and I specially named in memory of Wan Wuxin. Looking at Yu Mingxin's increasingly weak brilliance, Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said with a bitter smile, Senior Yu, it seems that you don't have enough time. You're rambling on and on. Why don't you hurry up and finish the story? Could it be that you want to arouse my interest and then absorb my vital energy? Yu Mingxin ignored her and said again, But My story has just begun. Then, with a yearning look, she said, for a long period of time, Yang Haoya and I were recuperating on Lingxiang Peak. Yang Haoya's Misty Peak can't be compared to our Lingxiang Peak. There's nothing there that he wanted. The reason why he wanted to build the Misty School there was because he wanted to scheme for something nearby. He thought that he knew a lot of secrets and thought that Wan Wuxin and I didn't know. Actually, I don't know whether Wan Wuxin knew or not, but I did. However, I was too lazy to explain. After all, everyone has their own selfish motives. Although Yang Haoya and I were seriously injured and our cultivation had regressed greatly, our Dao hearts were on the verge of collapse. But now that I think about it, those days should have been the happiest days of my life. Then, Yu Mingxin's words were actually a little bashful. The phrase, love grows with time, I have long heard of it. But I never thought that it would appear on me. Speaking of which, cultivators of my generation have long placed feelings behind the immortal Dao. We only think of achieving the immortal Dao and don't dare to slack off. Feelings have long been cut off by the sword of wisdom. But because Yang Haoya and I had our Dao hearts collapsing and our cultivation regressing, we usually healed and talked together. But the love demon actually found a crack in our Dao hearts. We actually fell in love like ordinary people. At that time, we were intimately attached to each other every day and were really happy. Moreover, we both thought that the first magic treasure we got from this place was the proof of our feelings. Because of this, Yang Haoya gave his purple phoenix hairpin to me as a token of love. What about me? Of course, I also gave my purple phoenix hairpin to Yang Haoya. We firmly believed that my feelings should be the same as the purple phoenix hairpin. Although it had experienced many years, it would still be able to endure for a long time. Later, the two of us left Lingxiang Peak and came to Carefree City. Well, at that time, there was no Carefree City, only this beautiful nameless lake. Yang Haoya and I, the two of us, built a city here. Yang Haoya named this city Carefree City, and I was also called Carefree Girl by him. That day, when I asked him what it meant, he shook his head and didn't say anything. What I was thinking that day was nothing more than that. Although the Tao of immortality was unattainable, there was warmth in the world, and there was no need to worry. However, I only thought of one of the reasons and didn't think of the other.
Why didn't I think of it that day?
Yang Haoya called himself Night Wind. Wasn't that the wind that floated alone and had no fixed abode? I thought that he called himself romantic and wanted to be the night wind that brushed against one's face. Until one day, Yang Haoya left a letter and left without saying goodbye. Only then did I know. I heard that he had never given up on the Tao of immortality. He heard that the Dalan Temple's Buddhism had a secret technique that could cut off the threads of love with the sword of wisdom. It could turn the love in one's heart into cultivation. He actually abandoned me and went to the Dalan Temple alone to look for Master Xian Kong, who had never shown his face.
I'm sure you know what I was thinking at that time.
My veil was lifted by him, and he drew a portrait of me beside the nameless lake. My heart was filled with his shadow. How could I not have him? Therefore, I followed him to the Dalan Temple and challenged him outside the Dalan Temple. I wanted to ask him to come back. Who knew, he actually avoided me and only sent a little monk to tell me that our fate had come to an end. He wanted to cultivate diligently in Buddhism in order to improve his cultivation. I was furious at that time and charged into the Dalan Temple without caring about anything else. In my rage, I couldn't help but show no mercy. I actually killed many monks in the Dalan Temple. At that time, Master Xian Kong of the Dalan Temple was actually not there. In the end, Yang Haoya saw that I had killed too many people and could only hold the purple phoenix hairpin in his hand. He knelt in front of me and asked me to stop. He would rather return the purple phoenix hairpin to me and let me cut off his head than then come back with me. But how could I do it? How could I destroy his Tao heart? I had no choice but to take the purple phoenix hairpin. But when I wanted to throw the purple phoenix hairpin back to him, I couldn't bear to do it. It seemed that if I threw it, I would cut off all ties with him and never see him again. Therefore, I could only laugh coldly and turn to leave the Dalan temple and return to Lingering Fragrance Peak. After that, I named the palace on Lingering Fragrance Peak as Mo Xian Palace. The name of Lingering Fragrance Peak was given by Yang Haoya, and I couldn't bear to change it. Yu Mingxin's voice became weaker and weaker until it was almost inaudible. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but perk up her ears. Following that, my cultivation remained stagnant, and my Dao heart couldn't be rebuilt. Therefore, I left the 2 purple phoenix hairpins in Mo Xian Palace and returned to Worry City. Chapter 1149. It seems that only in this Lingering Fragrance Mountain Villa, the Lingering Fragrance Mountain Villa that once had his aura, the Lingering Fragrance Mountain Villa that shared memories with him, I can let my half-cold heart have some real comfort. Perhaps you might not know the origin of this lingering fragrance. Yuming Xian's voice lowered a few notches. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if it was because of the lack of yuan qi or because of Yuming Xian's shyness, but he could almost see the slight redness on Yuming Xian's veiled face. Spring dreams leave no trace. Autumn tent leaves no fragrance. Yuming Xian's mouth murmured. Her face was facing the sky again, almost losing control of her emotions. She said sorrowfully, Yang Lang, when were you and I incomparably in love? While reciting this poem, you drew my eyebrows. Is there a need for such happiness in the bedroom? Such happiness, don't tell me you don't miss it at all? Even if you have obtained the immortal Tao, even if you have obtained immortality, but the immortal Tao is bleak. Without my company, can you live happily? 10 miles of calm lake filled with frost, every inch of black hair worried about the glorious years. Looking at each other in the shape of the moon, I only envy mandarin ducks, not immortals. Oh, Yang Lang, even ordinary people can understand the logic behind this. Why are you so stubborn? If we weren't seriously injured, I wouldn't have stopped you like this. But since the path to immortality is impossible to achieve, and you and I have such an ill-fated relationship, why can't you throw everything aside for me? Perhaps to a woman, no matter if she is a village woman or a fairy, this is a kind of concern. But to a man, it is only a kind of burden, a kind of experience. Yang Lang. Yuming Xian's voice was no longer as clear as before. It was already filled with sorrow. Sobbing sounds gradually rose. Hua hua hua. After a series of flashes, Yuming Xian's primordial spirit projection gradually dimmed. At this time, Yuming Xian raised her head and said in a helpless tone, Immortality is perhaps the lifelong pursuit of cultivators of my generation. Emotions should also be a necessity for cultivators of my generation. Without emotions, what joy is there in becoming an immortal? Fellow Taoist, I've talked for a long time, but I've made a fool of myself. Well, there's not much time left. Yesterday, I received a message from the great master Xian Kong. He wants to settle his grudge with I at the nameless lake at noon today. I know that I provoked karma at the Dalan temple last time. The great master Xian Kong's cultivation is not inferior to ours. Now that I's cultivation has regressed, I'm most likely no match for him. This wooden hairpin was personally made by I. Originally, I wanted to keep it for Yang Lang to see when he returned. But now, fellow Taoist, you're here, but Yang Lang still hasn't come. Furthermore, the projection of I's primordial spirit is about to dissipate. I'm afraid, fellow Taoist, whether you're a man or a woman, I'll leave this wooden hairpin to you. Tell the story of this wooden hairpin to your lover and make him cherish your fate even more. 10 years to meet, 100 years to cross on the same boat, 1,000 years to sleep on the same bed. How can a person's love be judged only by time? If we're not fated, even if 10,000 years, how can we meet once? Sigh, it's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need. Xiao Hua, Taoist Zhao, I only understood your words today. Yu Mingxin suddenly murmured again. Her eyes looked into the distance with some reluctance. Xiao Hua? Who is this? Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously stared blankly. She had never heard Wan Wuxin mention this name before. But if it wasn't for you, Taoist Xiao, even if my cultivation was greatly reduced, I wouldn't have fallen into the mortal world, causing such a tragedy. Yu Mingxin murmured a few words in a low voice. She was almost silent. Then, she raised her head and smiled. All right, fellow Taoist, you know why I call you fellow Taoist, right? Your true qi is clearly different from the mental cultivation method of the incense sect. It must have been hard for you to listen to my story for so long, and the Dalan Temple. Xian Kong, there's a problem. I'm hearing Yu Mingxin's tone change, calling herself I, and calling her fellow Taoist. Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly. Hearing Yu Mingxin's words, she seemed to already know that she wasn't a disciple of the incense sect. But then, Yu Mingxin's primordial spirit projection gradually dimmed. She didn't even finish her last sentence before turning into a ball of light and dissipating between heaven and earth. Sai Yu Mingxin, the founder of the incense sect, a person at the peak of the immortal Tao. But as a woman, she actually had such a sad and graceful love story. Carefree girl, Yu Mingxin. Which one is the real Yu Mingxin? Seeing Yu Mingxin's primordial spirit projection turn into light and disappear, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel sad. She thought to herself, when she left behind her primordial spirit projection, Senior Yu didn't know that she would end up being suppressed under the Frown Pagoda. But even so, she didn't forget to leave a trace of remembrance for Senior Yang, hoping that Senior Yang would come and take a look. Unfortunately, it's already been tens of thousands of years. Senior Yang is nowhere to be found. Senior Yu is suppressed under the Carefree Lake. What is Senior Yang doing? Senior Yang didn't come, but eyes came. This, the cause from tens of thousands of years ago, became the effect now. But this effect isn't an ending. Perhaps it's a silent ending.
But
Senior Yu's last sentence, what does it mean? There's a problem with the Dalan Temple's master Xian Kong. What's the problem? It's all from tens of thousands of years ago. Even if there's a problem, there's no problem. Senior Yu, this little one will remember Senior's story. Actually, you might not know, but your story as the Carefree Girl has long been spread around the Carefree Lake. Countless scholars and literati have been reciting the story of the Carefree Girl, although the story is different from what you said, but the pursuit of perfection and the pursuit of love is no different from Senior's from tens of thousands of years ago. If you knew this, perhaps you would be able to rest in peace at the bottom of the Carefree Lake. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the wooden hairpin carved from ordinary peach wood on the table. In his heart, he felt that it was incomparably precious. It was more important than the real purple phoenix hairpin. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and put the 4 different but identical purple phoenix hairpins into his money pouch. He began to imagine how he would tell Meng the story of the Carefree Girl in the future, how he would personally insert the wooden hairpin into Meng's hair bun, and how he would bite Meng's earlobe and recite the poem, "A spring dream leaves no trace, an autumn tent leaves no fragrance," to her. But suddenly, his heart trembled. Meng is the saintess of the demonic Tao, and I am a cultivator of the immortal Tao. She carries the inheritance of the demonic Tao of the Tenryu sect, and I carry the great task of establishing the Beta school. Isn't this even greater than the difference between Senior Yang and Senior Yu? This is karma. Could it be that you made me travel thousands of miles from Pingyang City to Carefree City just to give me a warning? Could it be that my heart palpitations in Pingyang City were because of this? For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. He felt as if he was being controlled by an invisible hand. He turned and went downstairs. Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of Yu Mingxin's portrait again. Although her face was covered by a veil, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be able to see Yu Mingxin's face. He seemed to be able to see her frowning because of love. He also seemed to be able to see a bit of joy and a bit of slyness in her eyes. Sigh, forget it. Zhang Xiaohua bowed deeply and muttered to himself, Senior Yu, if Meng is like you, missing me so much that it becomes a disaster, what harm is there in giving up the immortal Tao and the cultivators of the immortal Tao? A person's life is only a few decades. If I have Meng's company, my life will not be wasted. However, if I can help the Tenryu sect find a Sakra so that the Tenryu sect's orthodoxy can be passed down, Then will Meng be able to roam the Jiang with me? But that won't do. Meng's daughter still has to be the saintess of the Tenryu sect. Sigh, I am puzzled. How can the child of Sakura and the saintess be a daughter? The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more vexed he felt. It seemed that, unless he went to the Tenryu sect to work as a Sakura, he could only be with Meng. Otherwise, there was no good way at all. God, since you let me meet Meng, why did you let me make such a choice? Zhang Xiaohua glanced at Yu Mingxin's portrait one last time. He leaped up and flew towards Poyang town like an arrow, as if he wanted to escape from Macho City. It seemed that the further he went, the further he would have to choose. Previously, he had the thought of going to the Tenryu sect to see Meng, but at this time, the urgency of making a choice had completely killed it. Zhang Xiaohua even thought about what he should do if he saw Sakura and asked him to go to the Tenryu sect. After a few days, Zhang Xiaohua returned to Poyang town. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's slightly gloomy expression, Li Jinfeng suppressed his astonishment. He didn't ask Zhang Xiaohua how she flew back to Poyang town from the distant Macho City so quickly. He only asked with faint concern, Xiaohua, have you finished handling the matter? We can go back now. Zhang Xiaohua silently nodded. Chu Zhigao's family regarded Zhang Xiaohua as Master Immortal, so they naturally panicked and didn't dare to say anything. During the few days when Zhang Xiaohua left, Chu Zhigao had already prepared everything. He even bought 2 carriages and even hired a coachman to help him drive the other carriage. At this time, when he saw Zhang Xiaohua coming back and also leaving, he hurriedly prepared the 2 carriages and invited Zhang Xiaohua to get on. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and said in a low voice, There's no need for a coachman. It's so far away, let him make a trip. When we arrive, he will have to come back. I can drive the carriage myself. Chu Zhigao was so frightened that he hurriedly stepped forward and smiled apologetically. Master Immortal, what are you saying? You are my son's teacher. How can I let you drive the carriage? Absolutely not, absolutely not. What's wrong with that? Zhang Xiaohua's face turned cold and said, I used to do this many times, don't worry. I won't be worse than you. However, the coachman at the side who was driving the carriage had an anxious look on his face as he hurriedly said, This, young master, you let this humble one do the work. This humble one. My entire family is waiting for this money to live. Shopkeeper Chu gave me 3 cents of deposit, and this humble one has already used it to buy rice. If you drive the carriage, and this humble one doesn't go, this humble one doesn't have the money to return to Shopkeeper Chu, and this humble one's 4-year-old child will starve again. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she looked at the man's face full of wrinkles, full of traces of wind and frost. He was no different from her father a few years ago. She couldn't help but feel her heart ache and tears almost flowed out. Then, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be enlightened. She laughed and hid the tears in her eyes and said, When I was young, I didn't know the taste of worry and forced myself to say that I was worried. Now that I've tasted the taste of worry, I think it's a cold autumn. The ancients didn't lie. Others are still bending over for 5 buckets of rice. What right do I have to talk about my worries in front of others? This uncle, please drive the carriage. I will double the fare. Yes, thank you, young master. The man was overjoyed, and a smile appeared on his face. Please cast a monthly vote. Please cast a recommendation vote. Please collect. Please tip. Thank you. Chapter 1150. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's relieved laughter and his shrewd way of handling matters, he did not give the coachman money for no reason, just because he pitied him. Instead, he asked the coachman to drive the carriage to Pingyang City before he doubled the fare. Seeing this, he was even more delighted. He felt that this village lad was becoming more mature before the 2 carriages left. Li Jinfeng thought of something again. He pulled Zhang Xiaohua aside and said in a low voice, Xiaohua, there's still one more thing. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Young Masterly, please speak frankly. I am your teaching disciple. There's nothing that can't be said clearly. Young Master Li blushed slightly and said, "It's like this. Miss May's remains are buried in a foreign land. I thought for a long time, although the feng shui of her grave is excellent, she is still a lonely soul here. The May family is also a prominent family in Nanjiao Town. They must have their own grave in Nanjiao Town. If we can send Miss May's coffin back to Nanjiao Town and let her rest peacefully beside her family, wouldn't that be better?" Zhang Xiaohua's expression turned serious. Looking at Li Jinfeng, who was almost the embodiment of justice, she could not help but feel like she was looking at a tall mountain. She said seriously, "This is what we should do. We should do this."
But,
"Young master," Li looked embarrassed. "But I am embarrassed. Moreover, Miss May's coffin has to be sent so far away. Although it's already autumn, the weather—" "Haha," Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Since young Master Li is in such a mood, how can I not fulfill your wish?" "Disciple?" Li Jinfeng waved his hand and said, "You'd better call yourself I. That sounds more profound. As your disciple, I don't dare to call myself that." "Hee, then I'll call myself I in the future." Zhang Xiaohua giggled and said, "Isn't the money in I's pocket yours, young Master Li? There's no need to think about it. As for Miss May's corpse, don't worry, I can guarantee that it won't rot for many years."
don't.
Li Jinfeng hurriedly waved his hand. "That's not necessarily true. Being too ostentatious isn't suitable for Miss May. If there's anything abrupt, Miss May won't be able to rest in peace even in the underworld." "And don't worry," Zhang Xiaohua said. She turned around to find the man who was driving the carriage and told him the situation. The man was even more delighted. He didn't care about anything. First of all, it was a long journey and the cost of the carriage was high. Many people were willing to take it and would not refuse because of the coffin. Second of all, he would have a companion when he came back. Not long after, the man who was driving the carriage found another man who was about the same age as him. He was also driving the carriage. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have to worry about these things. Chu Zhigao could handle it. However, when the three carriages left Poyang town and Zhang Xiaohua brought down the huge coffin from the mountain, the two men were stunned. At the same time, the two men were also relieved. From Poyang town to Pingyang city, they didn't know how many barren hills and unruly rivers there were. They also didn't know how many bandits they would encounter. Looking at the young master's skills, how could they not be safe? After placing Mei Qinglian's coffin, the man drove the carriage and walked at the back. Chu Zhigao drove the carriage and walked at the front with Zhang Xiaohua and Li Jinfeng. When they left Poyang town and saw that Zhang Xiaohua's knot in her heart was gradually untied, Li Jinfeng asked with a smile, "Xiaohua, why did you go out for a few days and come back with such a face? Could it be that you didn't find the person you were looking for?" Zhang Xiaohua retracted her divine senses and looked at the scholar she met when she came out of the Guizhuang house. Thinking of the many merits of this scholar that could be her role model, she didn't hide anything and smiled. "Of course I have to find the person I was looking for. If they weren't eliminated, more people in the world would be killed by them. If that's the case, you should have a straightforward look on your face. Why do you look so gloomy?" "That's right." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Young Master Li, if it's killing, it's not as straightforward as you think. It's a life. If it wasn't because I had no other choice, I wouldn't be so ruthless." Hee. Li Jinfeng squinted his eyes and smiled. "Different professions are like different mountains. I don't understand you. I just feel that if I had half of your martial arts, I would have been chased by bandits and killed them long ago. Why would I have to run for thousands of miles?" "That's true. With martial arts to rely on, you can do anything with a straight back." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. She thought for a moment and said, "Young Master Li, have you heard the story of the sorrowless woman by the sorrowless lake?" "Of course." Young Master Li smiled. "That's a popular legend since ancient times. How could I not know? Not only that, there are many stories and poems to commemorate the sorrowless woman. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Could it be you met another sorrowless woman by the sorrowless lake?" Hee, I understand." Xiaohua, you have also grown up and can be troubled by love. Zhang Xiaohua blushed slightly. She waved her hand and said, Young Master Li, you misunderstand. It's like this. Zhang Xiaohua then told the story of Yuming Xian in full detail. Li Jinfeng listened on the side and was stunned. The expression on his face was very interesting. The story of the sorrowless woman. Li Jinfeng had heard a lot. Just as he said, the later generations did not know how many versions of the story of the sorrowless woman. Even the stories of the sorrowless woman's descendants were made up. The plots were continuous, and the twists of the story were very exciting. But Li Jinfeng had never thought that the sorrowless woman was actually still alive in this world. Moreover, the story of the sorrowless woman was so simple. It was as simple as the change of feelings between a man and a woman in the marketplace. Today, they loved each other, and tomorrow, they would abandon each other. However, whether it was the real sorrowless woman or the story of the sorrowless woman, the one thing that did not change was the sorrowless woman's steadfast heart and persistence in love. In the so-called immortal Tao, there are also unfaithful men? Li Jinfeng came to his senses, and the first thing he said was unexpectedly this. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but sweat. This, young Master Li, Qi practitioners of the immortal Tao are still human after all. Even if they have great magical powers as a human, they are still human. Besides, Senior Yang can't be considered unfaithful. It's just that in order to pursue the immortal Tao, since you know that Senior Yang also has pursuits, then why do you have a gloomy face? Li Jinfeng looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a faint smile. He seemed to know what was on Zhang Xiaohua's mind. But Senior Yu spent the rest of her life in solitude. Even before she was suppressed under the frowning tower by the great wizard Xian Kong, she still wanted to leave behind her feelings. She even damaged her cultivation and left behind a trace of her primordial spirit projection. She only wanted to let Senior Yang know. Know what? Li Jinfeng asked. That's right. What did she know? Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. It seemed like she was telling Senior Yang that she did not regret her feelings for Senior Yang, nor did she regret what she did for Senior Yang. That's right. Senior Yu was able to make such detailed arrangements before the arrival of a great enemy. Naturally, Senior Yu had long forgiven Senior Yang. Even if she was always complaining about Senior Yang in the story with you and did not say a word of forgiveness, but can you hear the hatred in Senior Yu's tone? There is no hatred. At most, she is blaming him. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. That's right. Although I don't understand why their feelings for each other came so late, feelings are feelings. It doesn't matter if it was sooner or later. Perhaps Senior Yang later regretted his feelings for a higher goal. But Senior Yu seemed to understand Senior Yang's goal in the end. Didn't you see? Senior Yang returned the purple phoenix hairpin to Senior Yu, but Senior Yu did not return it to Senior Yang. To be honest, when Senior Yu went to look for Senior Yang, she probably already knew the outcome. She might even have been prepared to fall in the Dalan temple. Sigh, I understand now. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Senior Yu is truly an infatuated person. Only an outsider like young Master Li can see it clearly. That's right. An outsider can see the person in the game clearly. But where is the person in the game? Li Jinfeng smiled bitterly. He seemed to have thought of his own game. However, Zhang Xiaohua thought again. But when the great wizard Xian Kong suppressed Senior Yu, where was Senior Yang? Where was he? And after so long, did Senior Yang never think of Senior Yu? You are not him, and I am not you. How do you know what he is thinking? Li Jinfeng said with a smile. Maybe Senior Yang has obtained the Tao and become an immortal, and the path he chose has been cleared. Or maybe he regrets it. But Senior Yu is also suppressed under the Frown Pagoda, and he can't save her. Rather than being sad, he might as well not see her. He didn't even go to the Carefree Lake. Naturally, he wouldn't go to the embroidery house. Moreover, it is heart-wrenching pain to look at something and think of someone else. Xiaohua, you might not be able to understand this kind of pain. What can I not understand? Zhang Xiaohua straightened her neck and said, Then tell me, what are you sad about? Li Jinfeng seemed to have succeeded in his evil plan. Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss for words. She had always believed that if one said something happy, it might not be twice as happy. It might even be the envy of others. If one said something sad, it might not be half as sad. It might even be the schadenfreude of others. However, when she looked at Li Jinfeng, she couldn't help but trust him a little more. She said, You haven't even settled your own matters, and you still have to rely on me. If I tell you, what can you do? When Li Jinfeng heard this, he didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, Why do I need to rely on you for my matters? That's strange. What's strange about it? Zhang Xiaohua said proudly. Yan is now a disciple of the Beta School. She is Ai's junior sister. You tell me, Tong, is she also a relative of the Beta School? If she wants to get married, if she doesn't ask Yan and me, her senior brother, do you think she dares to get married? Li Jinfeng was dumbfounded. Please vote for me.
Please vote for me. Please add me.
Chapter 1151. Looking at Li Jinfeng's shocked expression, Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, Young masterly, tell me, if I were to recommend you to Yan, what do you think the outcome would be? Uffed. Li Jinfeng was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, If such a thing can be forced into a deal, what hope do I have? I don't think Tong would be interested in a poor scholar like me. Even if Tong reluctantly agreed because of you, what about our lives in the future? Won't we be living in your shadow forever? If Tong wasn't willing, even if I begged you, what use would it be? Zhang Xiaohua was even more stunned. She was stunned for a moment, then gave Li Jinfeng a thumbs up and said, I'm impressed. You actually said such things to Tong's Mrs. Senior Brother. I'm really impressed. You really have guts. You only know now? Li Jinfeng pursed his lips, and there was a hint of pride in his tone. Then, he leaned over and said, Why don't you tell me? What's bothering you? Fine. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, I can't handle my own matters. Even if I tell you, will you be able to help? Even if you can help, won't I still have to deal with it myself? And if I can come out and tell you, won't I still have to deal with it? I have to deal with it myself. Why would I tell you? Li Jinfeng was obviously confused by Zhang Xiaohua's tongue-twisting words and almost couldn't react. Finally, he waved his hand and said, Fine, just pretend I didn't say anything. Hee. Seeing Li Jinfeng deflated, Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up. Chu Zhigao, who was driving the carriage in front, heard the two of them bickering at the back. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, and couldn't hold it in. Come on, Brother Chu. Laugh if you want to. Be careful not to choke. Zhang Xiaohua laughed.
Ha ha ha.
Chu Zhigao's laughter was so shocking that the birds in the bushes by the roadside flew away, causing the people in the car behind to be stunned. The carriages traveled for several days, following the route taken by Zhang Xiaohua and the Lotus Flower Escort Agency's caravan to the north. Although the horse carriage wasn't slow, it was still a far cry from Zhang Xiaohua's flying speed. Unknowingly, Zhang Xiaohua often stood at the front of the horse carriage and looked ahead helplessly. However, she could only see mountains and towns. They were still very far away from Pingyang City. However, in these 3 horse carriages, there were either old, weak, or young people. Only Chu Zhigao was a man with half-baked martial arts skills. How could he let Zhang Xiaohua leave with peace of mind? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua in such a state, how could Chu Zhigao not know what he was thinking? He took the opportunity to laugh and said, Reporting to Immortal Master, the speed of our carriage is slow. If Immortal Master has something important to do, why don't you leave first? We don't have any gold or silver on us. One look and you can tell that we are poor people. If we encounter robbers, it might not be inappropriate to speak nicely to them. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. He had walked this path before. Even with the escorts of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency by his side, there were many bandits who coveted him. Most of the time, they had to use silver to pave the way. This was still reasonable. If you met an unreasonable person who stripped you of your clothes and chased your carriage away, who could you complain to? Xu Zhigao had been in Jianghu for many years, so he must have known. At this time, he only said it because he didn't want to delay Zhang Xiaohua's matter. It's nothing, I just want to go and watch the show. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, since there is such a matter, why don't we just not go and watch the show? Sometimes, watching a show can take one's life. While he was talking, Zhang Xiaohua's expression froze. He unconsciously smiled and said, Brother Chu, please wait a moment. I will be back soon. He then made a hand seal and flew into the air. He had long forgotten to hide anything in front of the two coachmen behind him. He muttered, it's really like someone giving me a pillow when I'm sleepy. This show, maybe I can make it in time. Immortal Master? Two exclamations came from behind him. It was the two coachmen. Damn, how could I forget? Zhang Xiaohua was vexed. Indeed, there was a lively scene in the valley in front of them. There were a total of 30 carriages in the caravan. They were all covered with waterproof black felt and tied tightly with thick ropes, as thick as a thumb. Around the carriages, there were dozens of coachmen standing beside the horses pulling the carriages. They used their hands to hold the reins of the horses tightly. Further out, there were dozens of burly men holding padeos in their hands. They were dressed like escorts and were evenly distributed beside the carriages. They were looking forward without blinking. There were less than 10 horses in front of them. On the horses, there were strong men who were dressed in martial attire. They were either holding swords or sabers in their hands. In the middle, there was a square-faced man who was dressed as an escort. He frowned slightly and turned his face to the two pale-faced, middle-aged men with inch-long beards. He whispered something to them with a respectful expression. However, the two men were not dressed as escorts. Opposite them, there were more than 100 people. Most of them were on foot and held various weapons in their hands. In front of them were 5 men who were dressed in short attire. They were also looking forward with gloomy expressions on their faces. In front of the two groups of people, there was a dark-skinned man dressed in sloppy clothes. His arms were bare, and he held a large machete in his hand. Opposite him was a young man dressed in the uniform of an escort agency. He held a padao in his hand, and he was using a not-so-mature light body technique. From time to time, he would throw out a few moves to fight with the man. At this moment, the young escort staggered, as though he had stepped on a rock. The dark-skinned man was overjoyed. He took a step forward and swept his large machete horizontally towards the escort's waist. Just as the large machete was about to strike the escort's waist, the young escort bent his body. He exerted strength in his slightly bent legs, and his entire body shot towards the dark-skinned man under the large machete, like an arrow. The dark-skinned man was caught off guard and had no time to dodge. He could only let go of his grip, and the large machete flew away with a whoosh. The dark-skinned man raised his leg steadily, as though he wanted to block the incoming machete. His face did not seem to show any fear. Indeed, after the young escort passed the machete to the dark-skinned man's leg, he did not forget to slash forward. He did a somersault and stood up. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for letting me win. How is it, Stockade Master Bien? My Lotus Flower Escort Agency has already won 2 battles. According to the previous rules, you only have to pay 20% of the toll." Hee. The burly man opposite him looked at the dark-skinned man who was walking back helplessly and said with a smile, "Escort Leader Yuan, you've been on this road for many years, and we're old acquaintances. If it were in the past, I wouldn't dare to charge you a single copper coin no matter how bold I am. But it's different now. I heard that you're using the name Misty School again. This Misty School doesn't seem to be as famous as the Righteous Alliance. The hundreds of brothers behind me all need to eat. Escort Leader Yuan, you don't mind if I charge you 20% more, right?" Escort Leader Yuan's face was a little angry. He held it in and cupped his hands. "Stockade Master Bien, we're all roaming the pugilistic world. We pay attention to the rules and face. If you change the rules without permission, I'm afraid it's inappropriate." Inappropriate. Stockade Master Bien looked up at the sky and said proudly, I opened this road and planted this tree. Of course, I set the rules. Then he looked at the two people next to escort leader Yuan and said, I know there's an expert next to escort leader Yuan, but if escort leader Yuan defeats my hundreds of brothers, will the toll be paid? Don't worry. I'll be free of charge on this road. Even in the future, as long as it's your Lotus Flower Escort Agency's carriage, I'll let it pass. Hee hee. The young man next to escort leader Yuan sneered and pulled out the long sword at his waist. He patted his horse and was about to dismount when he heard someone next to him sneer. Where did this wild man come from? How dare he ask the Lotus Flower Escort Agency for money? He must be tired of living. Who? Stockade Master Bien's face was full of anger. He turned his head and saw a tall and thin young man standing on a 30-feet-tall tree. The young man was holding a shiny yellow copper rod in his hand. Wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua who had flown over earlier? You. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua standing so high up, Stockade Master Bien's aura weakened a little. This was an extremely advanced Qinggong. Before he could speak, Zhang Xiaohua leaped down and used the ethereal steps to approach him. She shouted, All of you, take this. Today, I'm going to fight hundreds of you. Ah! Before Stockade Master Bien could raise the long spear in his hand, Zhang Xiaohua's copper staff smashed in front of him with a whooshing sound. The long spear was like a small piece of firewood. With a whoosh, it flew into the air and disappeared. Stockade Master Bien's arms were numb, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was torn. Immediately after, with a bang, the copper rod swept across the head of the horse Stockade Master Bien was sitting on. Immediately, the horse's head was smashed into pieces. Pale white brain matter and dark red horse blood splattered all over Stockade Master Bien's body. Stockade Master Bien couldn't control his body and fell to the ground. His red and white clothes were mixed with mud, making him look even more miserable. Zhang Xiaohua effortlessly took care of Stockade Master Bien. She didn't stop and continued fighting. Even though the other Stockade Masters on horseback wanted to flee, how could they be faster than Zhang Xiaohua? In just a moment, 10 Stockade Masters fell to the ground. Their faces were covered in blood and dirt. 10 tall steeds collapsed on the ground with their heads badly mutilated. Behind Zhang Xiaohua, the people from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, as well as the 2 young men who weren't from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, all stood there in a daze, watching with their eyes and mouths agape. Stop right there. Whoever dares to escape will end up like the horses. Zhang Xiaohua's shout frightened the hundreds of people behind Stockade Master Bien who were about to scatter and flee. They all stood there with pale faces, their arms and legs trembling uncontrollably. It was as if they didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a quick-witted person threw away the weapon in his hand, placed his arms behind his head, and knelt down with a thud. He cried, Hero, please spare my life. I have a 4-year-old mother who is crying piteously for food and a 72-year-old child who needs to be supported. If I die, it will be 3 lives. Everyone came to their senses and threw away their weapons, shouting in unison, Please cast a monthly vote. Please cast a recommendation vote. Please bookmark. Please tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote at Qidian. Come. Chapter 1152. Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely when she heard the bandits' hilarious cries for help. She stroked her chin and laughed. Gentlemen, if you're begging for mercy, you should at least come up with a more sincere reason. This is the first time I've heard of a 4-year-old mother and a 72-year-old child. Everyone came to a sudden realization. They knelt down with strange expressions and stole glances at Zhang Xiaohua's emotions. Escort leader Yuan dismounted from his horse and walked briskly to Zhang Xiaohua. He cupped his fists and said, Gentlemen, thank you for your help. Escort leader Yuan. Hee, I haven't seen you in a few years, and you've become an escort leader? Escort leader Yuan was stunned. He looked up and exclaimed, Zhang. However, he immediately shook his head and said sincerely, Although you look quite similar to an old acquaintance of mine, I dare not recognize you. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. Let's not talk about this for now. Yuan Chongqing, take care of these bandits first. I know the rules of your escort agency, and I have no intention of breaking them. However, since they've already boasted, let's make them suffer.
Huh?
You're really... Yuan Chongqing was about to call out her name in shock. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hand again. She had only taken care of a few bandits because she had heard them say that Zhang Xiaohu's Misty School was inferior to the Righteous Alliance. However, it was a hindrance to his identity as an immortal cultivator. If others were to find out, they would ridicule him for no reason. There was indeed nothing to be proud of. Oh right, there are 3 carriages about 10 li behind us. Send someone to pick them up. Yes, I'll do so right away. Yuan Chongqing was naturally very respectful now that he knew of Zhang Xiaohua's identity. He was the younger brother of the Misty School's sect master. His martial art skills aside, just this title alone was worthy of his respect. The 2 young men who weren't escorts were curious as they watched the 2 of them talk. However, they knew that this wasn't the place to talk, so they didn't approach them. Yuan Chongqing walked up to the 10 fort masters who had just stood up. Their faces were covered in dust, and their expressions were perturbed. They didn't know what to do. Yuan Chongqing cupped his hands and said, "Fort Master Bian, I'm really sorry to have startled you. This little brother is a disciple of my Misty School. He just happened to pass by here." He happened to hear Fort Master's speech, so he couldn't help but intervene. Soon after, he turned his head and glanced at Zhang Xiaohua, who was casually holding a copper rod in her hand. He smiled again and said, "Of course, my little brother from the Misty School is inexperienced in the Jianghu. His actions were ruthless and broke the rules of the underworld. I, Yuan, hereby apologize to Stockade Master Bian. My Lotus Escort Agency will compensate for these dozen or so fine steeds, and this time, my little brother's fee for borrowing the road will not be small." When Stockade Master Bian heard this, his face turned red and he shouted, "Escort Leader Yuan, are you looking down on me? What are these dozen or so horses? Could it be worth one of Bian's lives? Besides, when have I ever gone back on my words? I've already said that as long as someone from your Lotus Escort Agency can defeat all of my brothers, not to mention this time, I won't take a single cent from you for all of your escorts in the future. Do you want me to become someone who goes back on my words?" Yuan Chongqing thought to himself, "Didn't I want you to say this?" His face was still hesitant. "But this little brother isn't a member of my Lotus Escort Agency. He's from the Misty School? All right, Escort Leader Yuan, we're all people of the Jianghu. How can we go back on our words? Otherwise, before you've even walked 3 li, the spittle of the Jianghu will drown me. Lotus Escort Agency and Misty School, aren't they one? If everyone doesn't give face to the Misty School, how can your Lotus Escort Agency walk the Jianghu?" As he spoke, he stole a glance at Zhang Xiaohua. He pulled on Yuan Chongqing's sleeve and said in a low voice, Who is Xiaoxia? How come I've never heard of him? His martial arts, TSK. I'm afraid he's stronger than 10 of you, Escort Leader Yuan? Can you introduce me to him?" Fort Master Bian, it's not that I don't want to agree, but this little brother is indeed a little god of plague from the Misty School. Didn't you see? Just now the dozen or so horses were all smashed to death. If it were someone else, who would do that? If you get to know him, and he passes by here in the future, looking for you for no reason if he's unhappy, who do you think will be unlucky? Fort Master Bian shrunk his neck and shivered. He said in a low voice, "Then, I won't stay any longer. Brother, I'll accept your kindness. The next time I come, I'll definitely meet you on the mountain." Definitely. Fort Master Bian, you take care? All right, Brother Yuan. Don't worry, I'll be friends with you for the next few days on the road. This time, no one will stop you. Yuan Chongqing was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Fort Master Bian." Fort Master Bian stood up and reorganized his troops. He cupped his fists at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "The green hills never change, and the clear waters flow forever. I'm not your match today, but if there's a chance in the future, I'll come and learn from you. Zhang Xiaohua had heard Stockade Chief Bian's words the last time he passed by this place. When he heard it, he could not help but want to laugh again. Zhang Xiaohua suppressed his laughter and waved his hand, indicating that Stockade Chief Bian could leave. Only then did Stockade Chief Bian relax. He waved his hand and left in a hurry with his defeated troops. Hee, escort leader Yuan, you're really something. No wonder you're an escort leader. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile as soon as Fort Master Bian walked away. No, it's all thanks to Brother Zhang. If it weren't for Brother Zhang, I'm afraid we'd have to go through a lot of trouble today. It's not that bad. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the two disciples who wanted to say something and said, with these two senior brothers here, nothing will happen. By the way, Brother Zhang, let me introduce you. These two are disciples of the Misty School. This one's surname is Liu, and his name is Da. This one's surname is Ku, and his name is Nanli. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her fists and said, Greetings, Senior Brother Liu and Senior Brother Ku. I wouldn't dare. Greetings, Junior Brother Zhang. Junior Brother Zhang's cudgel technique is really amazing. I'm really impressed. I heard that during the martial arts assembly of the incense cult, there was someone called Rin Xiaoyao who also used a copper cudgel. He suppressed everyone and shocked the Jianghu. I'm afraid Junior Brother Zhang isn't any worse than him. The two senior brothers have also been to the incense cult? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Yes, the two of us came back from the Shixin Peak with gang leader Zhang. How could we not have been to the incense cult? Did Brother Zhang come back to the Misty School with Elder Hu? I don't think you look familiar. Looking at the two people's expressions, Zhang Xiaohua also realized that although she had shown her face on the Shixin Peak, there were thousands of disciples of the Misty School on the Shixin Peak.
How could she know all of them?
I didn't come back to the Misty Mountain Villa with Elder Hu. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to introduce herself. Yuan Chongqing next to them laughed and said, Brother Liu, Brother Ko, you too are blind. Didn't you just say that you didn't complete the task given by gang leader Zhang and were afraid that you wouldn't be able to report back? There is a ready-made Buddha in front of you. If you ask for help, I can guarantee that you will be fine. The two people were shocked. They looked at Zhang Xiaohua carefully and asked curiously, Junior Brother Zhang, what's the relationship with gang leader Zhang? Do you still need to ask? They both have the surname Zhang. The little brother in front of you is gang leader Zhang's younger brother. If he helped you, wouldn't it be 10,000 times better? Oh, Junior Brother Zhang, my eyes are blind. It's really, don't be offended. Gang leader Zhang has never talked about his family, so I didn't expect him to have such a powerful younger brother. Don't blame me, don't blame me. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, Don't blame me for not knowing. Besides, what can I blame you for? That's great, that's great. The two people were happy to see Zhang Xiaohua was amiable. At this time, the people of the escort agency had already cleaned up the surroundings, arranged the carriage, and were ready to set off. It was just that Yuan Chongqing had ordered several escorts to follow Zhang Xiaohua's instructions to look for Chu Zhigao and the others, so they waited quietly. Seeing that the three carriages had not arrived yet, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I wonder what the two senior brothers are doing here? Could it be that gang leader Zhang attaches great importance to it? Luda thought for a moment and said, This matter is very confidential. I just want little brother to say a few good words in front of gang leader Zhang. As for the specific matter, little brother is not a disciple of the Misty School, and gang leader Zhang also told me not to tell anyone, so Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Well, you guys are really reliable. Don't worry, when I go back, I'll talk to second brother. If it's not something extremely important, I'll let second brother go. Chapter 1153. At this point, Luda glanced at Yuan Chongqing, who was hiding in the distance to avoid suspicion, and said, Just yesterday, we met the escort team of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Since we were going back to Pingyang City, we left together. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and laughed. Great, so that's how it is. Thank you for your hard work, senior brothers. However, since we met here, then you two senior brothers can also report to your big gang leader. There's no need for me to go down and intercede for you. Little brother, you mean? Kun Nanli didn't quite understand. However, Luda had long seen the 3 carriages in the distance, as well as the escorts of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. He said happily, could it be that the people in the carriages behind are the people we are going to pick up? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. That's right. Escort these 3 carriages back to the Huanxi Mountain Villa. It'll be a great merit. Luda and Kun Nanli were overjoyed. They cupped their hands and said, Thank you, little brother. No, it's all my fault for troubling the 2 of you. I still feel bad about it. How can I accept your thanks? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hands. Although Chu Zhigao knew that the Lotus Flower Escort Agency belonged to the Misty School, he still felt uneasy in his heart. It was only when he saw Zhang Xiaohua in the carriage that he felt relieved. Once he reached the front of the carriage, he jumped down and called out, Immortal, but just as he called out a word, Zhang Xiaohua cut him off. Brother Chu, come. These 2 were sent by my second brother to pick you and Jing up. It's just that, I thought that you were at Dragon Mountain that day. They searched for you in Dragon Mountain for many days, but they couldn't find you. They even searched the surrounding towns. Chu is untalented. I've troubled the 2 heroes. Chu Zhigao stepped forward and bowed. We don't dare. We don't dare. Luda and Kun Nanli also returned the greeting. Behind Chu Zhigao, Li Jinfeng also jumped down from the carriage. Yuan Chongqing had actually seen Li Jinfeng several times. The 2 of them greeted each other in astonishment and were quite familiar with each other. The 2 coachmen's eyes were even more fervent, as they looked at Zhang Xiaohua with extreme devotion, as if Zhang Xiaohua was really a deity. Encountering the people from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, the 2 coachmen naturally wouldn't use them anymore. Zhang Xiaohua let Chu Zhigao use double the salary and double the price to buy that lousy carriage and sent the 2 of them back to Poyang Town. Seeing the 2 of them whispering excitedly to each other and looking back at her, Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to go over and admonish them. The convoy of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency reorganized and placed Chu Zigao's 3 carriages in the middle, with Luda, Kun Nanli, and the other escorts guarding them. The entire convoy began to move forward. Zhang Xiaohua walked in front of Yuan Chongqing, cupped her hands and said, Brother Yuan, I still have some matters to attend to and need to take a step forward. I'll leave these 3 carriages and 4 people to Brother Yuan. There's still a long way to go from here to Pingyang City. Although little brother's martial arts are strong, there's still some risk in traveling alone. Why not follow the escort team? I still want to rely on little brother's martial arts to return to Pingyang City safely. Yuan Chongqing said with concern. It's not like I haven't walked this path before. As long as there are rules to follow, nothing will happen to the convoy of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Besides, there's still Senior Brother Liu and Senior Brother Ke. Nothing will happen. As for me, I have some urgent matters to attend to and can't stay for long. I hope you can forgive me. Then, little brother, be careful on the road, Yuan Chongqing exhorted. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the carriage and said a few words to Li Jinfeng and Chu Zhigao. She passed a few jade talismans to Li Jinfeng and whispered, If there's an extremely dangerous matter, crush this green jade piece, and it can save your life. Also, if you crush that white jade piece, I'll know and I'll rush over as soon as possible. When Li Jinfeng heard this, he carefully hid the few jade talismans and said, Xiaohua, if you have something to do, leave quickly. I'm just a weak scholar. I'm afraid that even bandits won't be interested in me. You have to be careful. Otherwise, Sister Qiu Tong won't have anyone to rely on for the rest of her life. Xiaohua. Li Jinfeng's face was a little red. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and used the ethereal steps to leave. When she couldn't see any trace of them, she made a hand gesture to conceal herself and soared into the sky. The entire pugilistic world's attention was focused on Mount Yao. At this moment, it was different from what Zhang Xiaohua saw previously. Setting aside the fact that the climate within a radius of a dozen miles around Yao Mountain was obviously different from the surrounding areas, the trees on Yao Mountain were still as green as ever even though it was already autumn. It was no different from spring or summer, and some of the ordinary grasses were even more vigorous than usual, and the flowers were even more dazzling. Not to mention that the disciples of the Xiangxiang cult, Dalan Temple between the clouds and the water, and the righteous Tao Alliance were even more strict. Just the number of disciples in the encampment of the four sects indicated that the sect leaders of the four sects had already arrived. Let's talk about the scheming people on Mount Yao. When Zhang Xiaohua came to take a look that day, the various sects had set up defenses around Mount Yao to prevent other sects' disciples from going up the mountain. But at that time, only the sect leader of Between the Clouds and the Water, by Yanxiu, was present. The other sect's strength was reduced by a lot. But there were still many people who relied on their superior lightness skills to sneak in from different places. Looking at the current situation, although it could not be said that every inch of the mountain was carefully searched, there were at least a few thousand people spread out over the several dozen li of Mount Yao, each of them searching on their own. Some of them were like bullets, running here and there to look. Some of them were holding shovels and hoes in their hands, digging here and there. There were also some who were even more mysterious, holding all kinds of discs, pointers, boxes, and other strange things in their hands. They looked at the things in their hands while walking up the mountain along different routes. In short, there were many more. However, although there were thousands of people scattered on Mount Yao, there were no bubbles. They were all covered by the trees of the mountain. But these people's actions caused the people outside the mountain to be dissatisfied. Taking advantage of the night, there were many people sneaking into Mount Yao every day. Although the disciples of the four sects tried to stop them, with so many people rushing in, there were always people who slipped through the net. Buzz! Everyone on Mount Yao, as well as at the foot of the mountain, looked up to see what was happening. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out, and a wave of air descended from the sky, like a hurricane. The trees and rocks were blown away, and the people on Mount Yao staggered and almost fell to the ground. After the wave of air passed, the strange sound also stopped, and the place returned to its previous tranquility. The people on Mount Yao seemed to be moved. Without prior agreement, they rushed in all directions, heading in the direction of their thoughts. At the foot of the mountain, several small sects leaders and disciples broke through the blockade of the four sects and went up Mount Yao. South of Mount Yao, in the encampment between the clouds and the water, by Yanxiu and the three perfected masters flew out of their tents as soon as the buzzing sound came. They looked at the mountain in front of them expressionlessly, not too surprised. But when the wave of air came out again, the wind blew in front of their eyes. The four of them were stunned. Then they said in unison, "Yuan Qi of heaven and earth?" Immediately, the four of them ignored the others and sat down on the ground, silently operating the Heart Sutra in their hearts. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Bai Yanxiu was the first to open her eyes. She looked at the three teachers who still had their eyes closed to guide their qi. Then, she turned around and looked at the crowd on Mount Yao. A look of annoyance appeared on his face. After the time it takes to eat a meal, the three perfected masters between the clouds and the water opened their eyes. Perfected Master Hao Yun said with a smile, This immortal mansion is really amazing. It hasn't even been born yet, but the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth it spews out is already so dense. It's not much inferior to the immortal mansion recorded in the sect's ancient records. If we can cultivate in this immortal mansion, our cultivation can be expected. Senior brother is right. Not to mention the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth it spews out today, the amount of Yuan Qi of heaven and earth overflowing from Mount Yao is far more than what we have seen in our lives. The prosperity of the immortal mansion, perhaps it will be because of this immortal mansion. Since the three perfected masters have said so, then this disciple all the previous arrangements, the three perfected masters. Ha, by Zhongmen, you don't have to say any more. Previously, It's not that we didn't want the sect leader to covet the immortal mansion, but the sect leader has other actions. However, Bai Zhongmen is the sect leader between the clouds and the water. Everything in the sect is decided by the sect leader. Our opinions are only for reference. When the sect leader abandoned the Shendao sect and changed it to between the clouds and the water, we were just talking about it. Thank you for your tolerance. Bai Yanqiu smiled like a flower and said, however, I would like to ask the 3 perfected masters to enlighten me. This immortal mansion, when will it be born? Perfected master, Hao Yun smiled bitterly. Even Master Huan doesn't know the time. How can we know? Alas, in fact, what the immortal mansion looks like is not recorded in the sect's ancient records. We also don't know what it looks like. Is it similar to the Shindao sect? Senior brother, you're wrong. How can it be the same? If it's the same, why would we come here? I'm just talking about the scale. Look at Yao Mountain, it's only a few dozen miles. Even if it's all occupied, hearing this, Bai Yanqiu was shocked. He looked at the whole Yao Mountain and whispered, 3 perfected masters. I'm afraid the whole Yao Mountain is that immortal mansion. Oh, that's right. We're only thinking about the immortal mansion, but we've never thought about how it will be born. Will it fall from the sky? Or will it come out from underground? If the whole Yao Mountain is the immortal mansion, it's understandable. When the time comes, as long as there's a door, it'll be enough. This is bad. This group of disciples from various sects are going back and forth on Yao Mountain. If they really find the door, it'll be terrible. Bai Zhongmen, didn't you also? Yes, perfected master Hao Yu, I did send people, but the number was limited. Moreover, I mainly wanted to hide it from the incense cult and the Dalan temple. When the immortal mansion is born, we'll have the upper hand. But now, because of this group of people, how can we have the upper hand? If that's the case, then it's time to clean up. Perfected Master Hao Feng looked at the disciples from various sects running around like flies and said coldly, please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Calm to vote. Chapter 1154. West of Yao Mountain, in the Righteous Alliance's camp, in a rather large pavilion, a dozen people stood respectfully, facing the direction of Yao Mountain. Alliance Master Zhang San's face was gloomy as he sat on a gold-threaded Phoebe Jinnanwood chair, coldly looking at the people in front of him who had their heads bowed and did not dare to speak. Alliance Master Zhang San's face had been gloomy for several days. Ever since he came to Yao Mountain from the Righteous Path Peak and received some news about the Misty School, he had been gloomy since then. Everyone knew that the Alliance Master had not spoken for several days and was really angry. No one dared to step forward, afraid that if they said something wrong, he would punish them. Picking up a teacup inlaid with golden threads, Alliance Master Zhang San drank a mouthful. Before it even entered his throat, he spat it out with a pu sound. Then, with a swing of his hand, the teacup was smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. What kind of tea is this? Is it for humans to drink? Alliance Master Zhang San said angrily. Yes, Alliance Master. This subordinate will immediately order my subordinates to find a good mountain spring. Vice Alliance Master Chai knew that Alliance Master Zhang San had spoken, so he could only bite the bullet and go forward. Mountain spring water is easy to find, but the thousands of elite disciples of my Righteous Alliance are not easy to find. Vice Alliance Master Chai, can you tell me, how long will it take for my Righteous Alliance to nurture thousands of elite disciples? Alliance Master Zhang San berated. Also, you all, can anyone tell me, that so-called immortal Dao expert, is he from the incense cult? He only killed my Righteous Alliance's disciples? Did he not care about the Misty School's disciples? Alliance Master Zhang San was flustered and exasperated. He jumped up. Also, my Righteous Alliance's Azure Flame token. Even our headquarters were taken by someone I actually do not know who that person is. Also, where is the money I asked for? You all should give it to me? It will be winter soon. Next year, my Righteous Alliance will make a big move without money. How do you expect me to send out the disciples? The crowd was in an uproar, and they all shrunk their necks and lowered their heads. This Alliance Master, don't be anxious. Although thousands of disciples are trapped in Ethereal Peak, they are still disciples of the righteous Tao Alliance, and their martial arts have not been crippled. Even if they are imprisoned, once we find the Dharma treasure of the immortal Tao and pass by Ethereal Peak, we can either destroy the Misty School or force them to hand over my thousands of disciples. Wouldn't that be the end of it? Vice Alliance Master Chai did not want to speak, but if he didn't, who would? You have the nerve to say such words. When has my righteous Tao Alliance ever suffered such a huge loss? Where am I supposed to put my face? Even if we destroy the entire Misty School, it will still be difficult to wash away this shame. That's right. If Alliance Leader Zhang is willing, our righteous Tao Alliance will destroy the Misty School after we pass. Our elite disciples are already lying in ambush halfway. Vice Alliance Leader Chai agreed with Alliance Leader Zhang San. That's how it should be. Alliance Leader Zhang San laughed sinisterly. Didn't that old beggar Jingyi not care about the Misty School? I'll let the whole pugilistic world see that our righteous Tao Alliance is not inferior to the immortal Tao Alliance. Vice Alliance Leader Mi, who looked a little dispirited, suddenly became spirited and said, "That's exactly what we need to wash Ethereal Peak with blood. Only then can we save the face of our righteous Tao Alliance." Alliance Leader, do you still need to say this? Although we don't have any evidence, that immortal Tao expert must be a consecrator of the incense cult. We'll only use ordinary disciples to kill them this time. I'd like to see how that immortal Tao expert will deal with them. But what about the monks of the Dalan Temple? Vice Alliance Leader Yen, who looked a little hesitant, asked tentatively, "Those bald donkeys are the most merciful. They've seen through our plans a few times, but they've been putting on a false front, killing and arson. Our righteous Tao Alliance's disciples were captured by the enemy, and we sent our disciples to rescue them. This reason makes sense to the whole pugilistic world. No matter how powerful the Dalan Temple is, it's still the Dalan Temple of the pugilistic world. They broke the rules for no reason." Alliance Leader Zhang San sneered. Then he looked at Yao Shan and laughed for no reason. "I didn't expect this Zhang Xiaohu, who I've never heard of before, to have such skills." Vice Alliance Leader Chai, you've made a mistake. Shui Yupeng, a hero of her generation, actually died in the hands of a nobody. Dying a heroic death? Bullshit. Didn't he just discover the relationship between Shui Yupeng and the righteous Tao Alliance? But even if Shui Yupeng is still alive, there are 4 Vice Alliance leaders in the entire Misty School. There are 5 new halls, and Zhang Xiaohu has arranged for each hall leader. Even if Shui Yupeng is a Vice Alliance leader, he won't be able to do anything. If he doesn't contact the righteous Tao Alliance's disciples, what else can he do? Hu Yuni, why did you come back? You might as well build your own Misty School outside. I'm sorry for my incompetence. I'm willing to accept any punishment. Vice Alliance Leader Chai bowed and said, "This subordinate originally thought that this Zhang Xiaohu was a puppet of the fragrance cult. Our righteous Tao Alliance controlled Shui Yupeng to give her a taste of her own medicine, making the fragrance cult unable to speak of their suffering. I didn't expect Zhang Xiaohu to be so clever. Maybe the incense cult is clever." Alliance Leader Zhang Sen sneered and waved his hand. "The Misty School is just a chicken rib. If the Alliance is happy, we can destroy it with a wave of our hand. Let's take a look at this treasure first." Vice Alliance Leader Yen, did the righteous Tao Alliance's disciples on Yao Mountain find anything? Vice Alliance Leader Yen shook his head. "Alliance Leader, there's nothing. We've searched for so long, but there's nothing." What about the disciples of the incense cult, the Dalan Temple, and between the clouds and the water? This Vice Alliance Leader Yan's expression was strange. They didn't even send any disciples up the mountain. What? Did they finish their investigation long ago? Alliance Leader Zhang San was surprised. "We came late and only occupied the west side. Did they already send their disciples up?" Alliance leader, according to what I know, between the clouds and the water was the first to arrive, followed by the Dalan Temple, and then the incense cult. They only sent their disciples to guard the mountain path, and didn't let any disciples from other sects go up the mountain. They didn't even send a single disciple. Vice Alliance leader Yen honestly reported what he knew. This is interesting. Alliance leader Zhang San said, "Pass down the order. Tell the disciples to be careful and not miss anything important." "Yes, I understand." As he spoke, a buzzing sound came from Yao Mountain, and another burst of yuan qi came out. The wind blew Zhang San's white hair up. What is this? Vice Alliance leader Yen, send more people up there to take a look. Alliance leader Zhang San was very surprised by the sudden appearance of the hurricane and immediately ordered. On the east side of Yaoshan, the incense cult's leader, Nun Jingyi, sat upright in a wooden hut that could not be considered beautiful. On her left sat Nun Xuezhen and other inner disciples, while on her right sat several white-haired old priests. Xu Qing and Xu Jie, the two Taishang elders, were not among them. Jingyi's face was full of joy. Looking at Yao Mountain outside the house, she smiled. Yao Mountain's grand event is even more attractive than my incense cult's martial arts convention. The appearance of the immortal mansion is really something to look forward to. Leader, between the clouds and the water actually arrived much earlier than my incense cult. I'm afraid they already have news of the immortal mansion? Between the clouds and the water received the inheritance of the Shundao sect. The Shundao sect and my incense cult are both inheritances of the ancient path of immortality. No one can guarantee that they don't have records of the immortal mansion. As for the Shundao sect, between the clouds and the water was destroyed by us once. I'm sure they want the immortal mansion more than my incense cult. Leader, you're right. Anyone can get the immortal mansion, but not between the clouds and the water. If that bastard by Yanqiu gets it, I'm afraid he'll stir up another bloody storm in the Jianghu? Nun Xuezhen nodded. The appearance of incense cult brings chaos to the Jianghu. Our incense cult has just re-entered the Jianghu, and we've already encountered the immortal mansion. How can there be such a strange thing in this world? If there's no connection, how can we believe it? Jingyi smiled. If the sect-protecting formation hadn't been activated, we wouldn't have been able to come out. Even if a few people could come to Yao Mountain, they wouldn't be of much use. What does this mean? It means that the Yao Mountain Immortal Mansion is fated to be with our incense cult? Maybe it's because the seniors of our incense cult saw through the implications and left such a prophecy. Peacock smiled. So, our incense cult is in the bag this time? Chun Chen also smiled in surprise. Of course not. You can't say that. Any accident can happen. We have to be prepared to deal with anything, Jingyi said with a smile. Just like the Misty School, we only used Zhang Xiaohu as a chess piece, but this chess piece played such a big role. Not only did he reorganize the entire ethereal heights like an iron bucket, but he also subdued the group of people brought back by Hu Yuni. This is really beyond our expectations. Reporting to Sir Leader, although we didn't let Zhang Xiaohu's Misty School come, but he can't not report the matter of the Misty School to Sir Leader. Besides, even if Zhang Xiaohu didn't say anything, Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng would have said it. This ethereal heights is like an iron bucket. We don't know what's going on inside. It can't be. There's something unusual. Master Xuezhen frowned. Well, our sect. Didn't we already do something to Zhang Xiaohu, I think? He wouldn't dare to have any second thoughts. Master Jingyi smiled, but then she frowned and realized something. Junior sister Xuezhen, you're right. It seems, after Hu Yuni sent that disciple named Xu Yunfei to the ethereal heights, there hasn't been any news from the Misty School. Now that Hu Yuni has also entered the ethereal heights, Shui Yupeng and Zhang Qingyue's direct disciple are there, it's bound to be lively. Although we can't see it, we should at least listen to it. Haha, I know that Sir Leader has been worried about the Immortal Mansion and doesn't care about the Misty School, so I've already sent people to the ethereal heights to inquire about it. I think there will be news soon. Junior sister Xuezhen, you know me too well. Master Jingyi smiled. At this time, The same buzzing sound and the explosion of the qi of heaven and earth made Master Jing Yi and Shu Qing, who was hiding behind the wooden hut, fly out. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Chapter 1155. Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi. Nanjing Yi, Shu Qing, and Shu Jie's expressions changed to that of pleasant surprise. The three of them flew in the air, without moving. Their eyes were slightly closed, and they were actually absorbing Yuan Qi into their bodies in midair. Below them, a nervous outer disciple of the Misty School walked to a spot not far away. Not daring to move, he extended his arm and gestured to an inner disciple standing next to the wooden house. The inner disciple looked at Nanjing Yi and the others floating in the air, then tiptoed to the outer disciple. The outer disciple bowed, and the inner disciple nodded slightly. Then the outer disciple said something. However, the inner disciple's expression became more and more serious as the outer disciple reported. When the outer disciple finished, he bowed and left. The inner disciple was still frowning. Not daring to delay, he quietly walked to the front of the wooden house and looked at Nun Shuizhen, who was standing there looking up at the three people floating in the air. He opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't dare to make a sound. He only pulled on Nun Shuizhen's sleeve and pointed to the side, indicating for her to go over. Nun Shuizhen was envious of Nanjing Yi's immortal cultivation. Being pulled by the inner disciple made her unhappy, and her dissatisfaction was written all over her face. When they were about 10 feet away from the wooden house, Nun Shuizhen looked back and scolded in a low voice. "What's the matter? Can't you report later? Why now?" The inner disciple smiled bitterly. It's not that this disciple doesn't want to, but this news is too important. This disciple can't afford any delays. Nun Shuizhen was surprised. "Tell me about it." When the inner disciple finished speaking, Nun Shuizhen's expression changed drastically. Are you telling the truth?" The inner disciple shook his head. Reporting to Nun, this is what the outer disciple reported. This disciple didn't see it personally, but from what the outer disciple said, it's most likely true. How can this be? Nun Shuizhen shook her head repeatedly. "Send another disciple to investigate. We must get to the bottom of this." "Yes, disciple will head over now." Once the disciple was far away, Nun Shuizhen looked at Nanjing Yi, who was still floating in the air. She let out a long sigh and muttered, "When the fragrance spreads, the Jianghu will be in chaos." By the time Nanjing Shui returned to the wooden hut, the eruption of the qi of heaven and earth was over. The qi of heaven and earth was still dense at the foot of Yao Mountain. However, it was not much different from before the collapse of the incense cult's protective array. Shu Qing stopped her cultivation and landed on the ground. She said, "Sect Master, this immortal mansion must be ours. If the incense cult obtains this immortal mansion, our immortal Tao will be within reach. The incense cult will definitely suppress the Tenryu sect." Then, the two of them flew to the back of the wooden house and meditated. Nanjing Yi landed on the hill with a look of pleasant surprise on her face. She waved her hand, indicating for everyone to follow her back to the wooden house. "Everyone, have you seen it?" Nanjing Yi smiled. That hurricane just now brought with it a fresh and lively aura. That's the qi of heaven and earth, which is what the immortal Tao relies on. The immortal mansion hasn't even appeared yet, but there's already so much qi of heaven and earth erupting. Who knows what kind of immortal pills and elixirs are inside? Perhaps there's a pill that can pull everyone into the immortal Tao. Junior sister Shuizhen. "Yes, sect master." Nun Shuizhen replied. Did Yao Mountain's arrangement leave anything out? Regardless of the price, the incense cult must obtain this immortal mansion. Sect master, sect master, sect master, sect master, sect master, sect master has made all the necessary arrangements, but Nanjing Yi frowned and said unhappily, "Is there anything else that's inappropriate? Let's hear it." "No, sect master, sect master, sect master, I just received a message from an outer disciple. That Misty School has undergone a great change." "What?" great change? Nanjing, Yi was also stunned. Could it be that the Righteous Alliance has launched a surprise attack on the Misty School? It seems Zhang San is still on the west side of Yao Mountain, and he's not worried about Yao Mountain at the moment. Why would he go find trouble with the Misty School? Isn't that picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons? Nun Jingyi said so much in one breath that Nun Shuizhen could not interrupt for a while. After Nun Jingyi finished speaking, Nun Shuizhen sighed and said, "If the Righteous Alliance launches a surprise attack on the Misty School now, that would be good. I'm afraid that the Righteous Alliance will also suffer a great loss. The Righteous Alliance may have no chance of obtaining the immortal mansion of Yao Mountain." "Ah?" Chun-Chun exclaimed, "When did the Misty School become so powerful?" Nun Shuizhen glanced at the future master of Ruijin Hall and said, "According to the outer disciple, the leader of the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohu, is now an immortal Dao cultivator." "Impossible." Without waiting for Chun-Chun to speak, Nun Jingyi refuted. "Zhang Xiaohu hasn't even mastered the martial arts of the Misty School. My fragrant sex Yuhuan Sutra has only been practiced for a few days. Not to mention 3 Yuhuan pills. Even 300 Yuhuan pills won't let him set foot on the immortal Dao. Whether it's the immortal Dao or not, I don't know. That outer disciple doesn't know either. He just captured a disciple of the Misty School and used some means to interrogate her. He, I knew it. Zhang Xiaohu can't set foot on the immortal Dao." This is just a cover released by the Misty School. Presumably, that Misty School disciple was deliberately captured by us outer disciples? That's right, Master Shuizhen. You believe the outer disciples too much. If it's so easy to set foot on the immortal Dao, my fragrant sect, why would I worry about passing down the legacy? Why would I waste my time coming to Yao Mountain? Chun-Chun laughed. When Peacock heard this, she frowned slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. When Yuyan saw that her master's expression was not good, she thought for a moment and said, "Reporting to Sir Leader, it can't be so absolute." When the Misty sect attacked the Misty Peak, there were people from the immortal Dao helping them. Others thought that it was my fragrant religion who helped, but we knew that the people from the immortal Dao had nothing to do with the fragrant religion. But if we think about it this way, what if we think further? Then, is the immortal Dao related to the Misty School? If it's really related to the Misty School, like what Sir Leader said, give them some elixir or something. Who knows? Maybe they can pull Zhang Xiaohu into the immortal Dao. Sister Yuyan, what you said is a novel idea. If it was in ancient times, it might be the same. But now that the immortal Dao has existed for tens of thousands of years, where is the elixir that you mentioned? Even if there is, it's probably in the immortal mansion of Yao Mountain and won't appear in the world. Relying on an immortal Dao expert to step into the immortal Dao is really inconceivable. If it's possible, why do you and I have to think so hard in the Heritage Palace? Why don't we just ask the Grand Elder to give us a hand, and we'll have everything? Chun-Chun retorted. Sister, I'm just giving Sir Leader an idea. Yuyan blushed a little. What Yuyan said makes sense, but it's almost impossible. Nun Jingyi sighed and said, "Even if there is an elixir, there needs to be a corresponding heart sutra. Zhang Xiaohu also needs to have a certain level of immortal Dao cultivation. If he takes it rashly, his meridians will explode and he'll die." It could only be that the expert had an extremely high cultivation of the immortal Dao and had come to help Zhang Xiaohu. And the immortal Dao expert. In this immortal Dao, they all preserve their cultivation and treasure the true qi in their meridians, never interfering with worldly affairs. For example, most people don't know that we have 2 Grand Elders. If it weren't for the immortal mansion, we wouldn't have disturbed them. So, the immortal Dao expert shouldn't waste his true qi for Zhang Xiaohu. Besides, if the immortal Dao expert is really related to the Misty School, he should have appeared a few years ago when the Misty School was destroyed, and not just now. Sir Leader, I'm a little curious. Peacock said, "Before, I've never seen any immortal Dao expert in the Jianghu. And in the past few years, immortal Dao experts have appeared frequently. Just from what we know, there's someone who looks very similar to Senior Huan and Huanshu, the person who killed the Longting Villa in Rejuvenation Valley, and the person who killed Ban Fuguay in Misty Peak. The former aside, only junior sister Xia Qing has seen his face. The latter two are seen by dozens and thousands of people. They look similar, which means there's at least one, and at most 3 immortal Dao experts. Where did they come from? Sigh, who would know? Nun Jingyi shook her head. Actually,
Peacock isn't right.
although you've never heard of immortal Dao experts in the Jianghu, it doesn't mean there aren't any. Take the Dalan Temple, for example. The previous abbot, Master Yuan Tian, was also an immortal Dao expert, just like the current Master Chongsheng. Although he was a little different from the previous Sakura, he was still considered one of the top experts in the Jianghu. Even so, he was seriously injured by a masked immortal Dao expert and died from his injuries. There's such a thing. Peacock was shocked. Yes, so, not knowing doesn't mean they don't exist. Almost everyone in the Jianghu doesn't know about the 2 immortal Dao experts, and we've never mentioned them. But that doesn't mean the 2 immortal Dao experts. Then, Sir Leader, what do you mean? Nun Shuizhen asked. Let's investigate further. It's best if Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng come here, so we can ask them properly. If it's really as the outer sect disciple said, then the Misty School is really giving us a headache. Nun Jingyi said thoughtfully. Leader, that disciple also said that Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng of the Incense sect, as well as Wang Luan and Lu Bin of the Righteous Alliance, seem to have been subdued by Zhang Xiaohu. They listen to Zhang Xiaohu's every word and never refute. How did it end up like this? Nun Jingyi was extremely puzzled. Even if Zhang Xiaohu has the cultivation of the Path of Immortals, I am certain that when he was at Lingering Fragrance Peak, he was definitely not at the Path of Immortals. It has only been a few months, and he was able to subdue Ming Qing? Ming Qing still has more than 2,000 Wuming Hall disciples of the Incense sect. Ming Qing only needs to give the order, and these 2,000 disciples will definitely kill their way out of ethereal heights. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Calm to vote. Chapter 1156. Junior Sister Shuizhen, quickly send a disciple to the Misty School. Have Ming Qing, Gao Kunheng, or Zhang Xiaohu come to Yaoshan. Oh, forget about Zhang Xiaohu. Have one of them come. We'll know what's going on if we ask them. Besides, our focus isn't on the Misty School. As long as we get our hands on the Yaoshan Immortal Abode, we'll be able to take care of the Misty School. Nun Jingyi said calmly. Yes, I understand. Nun Shuizhen replied. However, leader, you should plan ahead. If that Zhang Xiaohu is really an immortal, he might even avenge the Misty School. Avenge? Nun Jingyi sneered. Even if he's an immortal, how could he be a match for us? At this moment, another disciple came up to report. Leader, between the clouds and the water, has sent a disciple here. He wants me to go to the campsite between the clouds and the water. He says he has something important to discuss. What does Bai Yanqiu want now? Nun Jingyi frowned. This is her first time at Yaoshan. Now she wants to take charge of the Yaoshan Immortal Abode? Then he asked, other than asking me to spread the incense cult, who else was invited? Leader, there's also the Alliance of Righteous Path and the Dalan Temple. Peacock, you go. Go and take a look on my behalf. I don't think the Dalan Temple's Master Chongsheng or Zhang San of the Alliance of Righteous Path will be there. Nun Jingyi said. Yes, disciple obeys. Peacock stood up. While you're at between the clouds and the water, I have something to do. Nun Jingyi said thoughtfully. Peacock went to the tent between the clouds and the water. Just as Nun Jingyi expected, the Alliance of Righteous Path had sent Vice Alliance Leader Chai, and the Dalan Temple had sent Great Master Chonggung. Inside the tent, other than Bai Yanqiu, Liang Songxiu, and a few other disciples, Hao Yunjinren and the other two were nowhere to be seen. After greeting everyone, Peacock carefully sat on Vice Alliance Leader Chai's lap. She looked at the Great Master Chonggung and Vice Alliance Leader Chai and asked Bai, I wonder why Bai Zhongmen has asked me to preach the incense. Sect? Of course, Bai Yanqiu looked at Peacock and smiled. I did not invite all of you here to drink tea and chat. I do have something important that I need your help with. Peacock looked at the great Master Changgung and said nothing. The great Master Changgung put his palms together and said, "If there's anything we can help with, please tell us, Bai Zhangmen."
It's like this.
Mount Yao. Bai Yanqiu looked at the three of them, paused and said, "According to the rumors in Jianghu, Mount Yao is about to have a treasure of the immortal path. Although I don't know what it is, based on my observations, it should be something incredible." Bai Zhangmen is right. Vice Alliance leader Chai nodded. "It should be an earth-shattering treasure." "Yes, that's exactly it." "I think so too." Bai Yanqiu nodded seriously and replied, "However, since it's a treasure of the immortal Tao, it's useless for ordinary Jianghu people to obtain it. They might even cause some trouble for no reason, or even cause a bloody storm. In my opinion, since this treasure is useless to ordinary martial artists, then for the sake of the stability of Jianghu, we shouldn't let ordinary martial artists participate in this." Bai Zhangmen, why does it sound so awkward? Vice Alliance leader Chai smirked. Vice Alliance leader Chai, I'm only talking about ordinary martial artists. The Righteous Alliance has already won a seat in the Huayu Peak Martial Arts Assembly. Of course, they have the right to participate in this treasure of Mount Yao. Of course, Vice Alliance leader Chai nodded. Then, Bai Zhangmen means to chase away all the martial artists who are here? Peacock asked. How is that possible? Bai Yanqiu said. They're already here. Even if we ask them to leave, they won't. Even if they walk for a few miles, they will stop and observe the situation at Mount Yao. Then, what's Bai Zhangmen's plan? Great Master Changgung asked curiously. What I'm saying is that the treasure hunt at Mount Yao should be led by the 4 sects of the Immortal Path. We will search for it first. If we're not fated, then the other martial arts sects will be allowed to participate. What do you all think? Great idea. Great Master Changgung clapped his hands. This way, we can reduce the number of killings and fair distribution. I agree. I have no objections. Vice Alliance leader Chai nodded. But how should we do it? Peacock smiled. If the method is suitable, then Incense sect will have no objections. In my opinion, there are too many disciples from different sects on Mount Yao. Not only is it chaotic, but the treasure of the Immortal Path has always had a spirit. If their misdeeds disturb the treasure of the Immortal Path and cause it to no longer appear, then wouldn't our efforts be in vain? Since Mount Yao is so chaotic, then let the disciples of the various sects leave first. They've been searching for so long and have not found it. I'm sure they're not fated. Let's clear them out first. Then, we'll slowly search the peak of Mount Yao inch by inch. No matter which side of Mount Yao the treasure is on, one of them will be able to get it. Treasures could only be obtained by the virtuous. It was the will of the heavens that each of the 4 sects of the Tao of Immortals occupied one side of Mount Yao. No one knew which side of Mount Yao the treasure was. It would belong to whoever obtained it, and the other 3 sects had no objections. What do you all think? Peacock thought for a moment. Bai Zhangmen is right. I agree. However, I'll have to go back and report to the hierarch. She'll make the decision. The other 2 also said the same thing. Bai Yanqiu had expected this. He smiled. Don't worry, don't worry. You can go back and report to the hierarch. After 3 hours, if none of you send disciples over, then I'll take it that you agree with between the clouds and the water. Then, I'll send an ultimatum to the people on Mount Yao. They have 4 hours to leave the mountain. After that, we'll send our disciples up the mountain and begin the search. What if they still refuse to leave the mountain? Vice Alliance leader Chai asked. Then, before the 4 sects of the Immortal Path go up the mountain, we'll do a cleansing. Anyone who refuses to leave Mount Yao will be killed without mercy. Bai Yanqiu said coldly. Killed without mercy? Hee. Vice Alliance leader Chai sneered. Great Master Changgung couldn't bear it. He put his palms together and said, Amit Ba. Also, there are many sects around Mount Yao. If the 4 sects of the Immortal Path don't restrain them, I'm afraid it'll cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, between the clouds and the water suggest that we form a law enforcement team with our disciples to maintain order around Mount Yao. Of course, the law enforcement team can be led by anyone. Great Master Chang'an looked at the others and nodded. I think this is a good idea. The people of Jianghu are intertwined with each other. It's hard to say who has a grudge against each other. We might not see each other on a regular basis. Now that we're all gathered together, how can we not cause trouble? It's okay if they cause trouble, but let's not delay our business. Peacock didn't agree immediately. She smiled and said, I think it's a good idea as well. However, we'll have to report this to our hierarch. Then, let's report it together. Vice Leader Chai felt uncomfortable listening to Bai Yanqiu talk about the first sex of the immortal path. But he couldn't say anything, so he waved his hand impatiently. Then I'll wait here for your reply. Bai Yanqiu stood up to send them off. After the three of them left, Bai Yanqiu ordered, Liang Songshu, gather the sex elites and estimate the size of the foothills to the south. Be sure to get rid of these annoying flies as soon as possible. Yes, I understand. Liang Songshu replied from afar. Bai Yanqiu looked at the verdant Mount Yao, his face glowing with excitement. When Chang'e returned to the incense cult's encampment, Nun Jingyi wasn't in the wooden house. Nun Xuezhen heard Chang'e's words and frowned. She asked curiously, when did Between the Clouds and the Water become so proactive? They came early. Why didn't they do anything? Why did they have to wait until the four sects gathered? Is it because they don't want to bear the evil reputation? However, the matter of the enforcement team can be considered. According to the report of the outer sect disciples, many people have died around Mount Yao. If it weren't for the temptation of the immortal mansion, wouldn't the sects have already fought each other? I'm sure the hierarch will agree. I'll give the order now. Thank you for your trouble, Nun Xuezhen. I think so too. Chang'e nodded. After a long time, Nun Jingyi still hadn't returned. Seeing that the incense stick's time was almost up, Chang'e couldn't help but ask, Nun Xuezhen, I wonder, where did the hierarch go? It's almost time to meet Between the Clouds and the Water. Well, Nun Xuezhen hesitated and said, the hierarch didn't say where he was going. He went out alone. I think he went to the Dalan Temple's encampment in the north of Mount Yao. Well, Chang'e didn't know whether she should send someone to look for him or report it herself. But then, Chang'e's eyes lit up and her heart calmed down a lot. She looked back at Nun Xuezhen and said with a smile, Nun Xuezhen, I'll have to trouble you to tell the outer sect disciples to gather at the foot of Mount Yao except for those on duty. 4 hours later, when there's news from Between the Clouds and the Water, we'll immediately go up the mountain and capture all the disciples of the sects on the west side of Mount Yao. Seal their major acupoints and send them to Between the Clouds and the Water. Nun Xuezhen was stunned and stopped her. Chang'e, shouldn't we wait for the hierarch to return first? Haha, Nun Xuezhen. The hierarch is at the Dalan Temple's encampment. Great Master Chang'e went back to report it. How could she not know? Since she hasn't returned yet, I should be the one to make the decision. Nun Xuezhen patted her forehead and said with a smile, Look at me. I've always followed the hierarch's lead. I forgot that I should listen to your opinions in the future. I don't dare. I'm still young and have a lot to learn from you, Nun Xuezhen. I'll have to trouble Nun Xuezhen to point out my shortcomings. Chapter 1157. I wouldn't dare. I'm just good at handling chores, but I'm far from being farsighted. Abbess Xuezhen waved her hands. Details determine success or failure. I need someone as meticulous as you, Chang'e said with a smile. Then Chang'e added, Also, I'll have to trouble you to send someone to inform Between the Clouds and the Water that I'll help them clean up Yao Mountain. I'll send you a message about the law enforcement team later. Yes, I'll do it right away. Abbess Xuezhen was pleased to see Chang'e handle things in an orderly manner. She cupped her hands and left. Not long after, in front of Between the Clouds and the Water's camp on the south side of Yao Mountain, a huge blood-red signal flew into the air. Then a voice sounded from the foot of Yao Mountain. Disciples of all sects on Yao Mountain, listen up. From now on, leave the mountain immediately. If you're still on the mountain within 4 hours, you'll have to bear the consequences. This voice must have been spoken by someone with strong internal energy. The voice traveled so far that even the people on the peak of Yao Mountain should be able to hear it. Soon after, similar cries could be heard from the other 3 sides of Yao Mountain. The cries continued for 3 times before they stopped. Haha, Chang'e, have you sent your disciples out? Chang'e was sitting on a chair, deep in thought. Abbess Jingyi's voice sounded. Her expression seemed to be much more relaxed than when Chang'e left. Yes, sect leader. I've made arrangements on my own. Please, Chang'e said in a panic. Haha, of course not. Abbess Jingyi raised her hand and interrupted Chang'e. I asked you to come to Yao Mountain to train you. If you can't even make a decision on such a small matter, how can I be at ease handing over the incense cult to you? Yes, I understand. Chang'e nodded. But I don't understand. Why did Between the Clouds and the Water make a move at this time? What's so hard to understand? Abbess Jingyi smiled. If it were me, I wouldn't think about it. Sometimes when you think about too many things, you'll be afraid. You're right, sect leader. But I'm young and inexperienced. I still want to think about it and come up with a countermeasure. Yes, you're right. Back then, our sect didn't have the same passion for research as you. None Jingyi praised. However, when you think about it, Between the Clouds and the Water is ranked last among the 4 immortal sects, aside from the Misty School. Now that the Misty School hasn't come, and this is the first time Between the Clouds and the Water has made an appearance in Jianghu, she must be feeling uneasy. She doesn't want to bear the notoriety of offending the entire Jianghu, so she can only rely on us to have some confidence. This disciple had the same thought earlier, but I suddenly feel that something is wrong, but I don't know what exactly is wrong. It's as if I can sense where the door is, but I can't see it. Ah! At this point, Chang'e exclaimed. Even Abbess Jingyi's expression changed. She stood up and said, That's right. That's it. By Yanxiu, this bastard, he actually, by the way, is the disciple I sent to Mount Qing ready. Abbess Jingyi hurriedly instructed. This disciple has already arranged for the outer sect disciples to wait in front of the mountain, except for those on duty. Chang'e replied immediately. That's not enough. Have the inner sect disciples who have nothing to do go as well. Also, send some outer sect male disciples to change their attire and go to the other sides of Mount Yao, especially the south side. Abbess Jingyi ordered. Yes, this disciple will go and give the order right away. Chang'e bowed and left, but returned after a while. Looking at Abbess Jingyi's gloomy expression, he asked tentatively, Sect leader, isn't it a bit inappropriate for Between the Clouds and the Water to occupy the south side of Mount Yao? That's exactly the case. Chang'e, you are very good. You actually thought so much. Even our sect, Sai, even Master Longevity and Alliance leader Zhang San didn't think of this. Abbess Jingyi nodded and said, It was said in ancient times that there are 4 divine beasts between heaven and earth. These 4 divine beasts are related to directions: the azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, the black tortoise of the north, and the yellow true dragon of the middle. That's why the immortal Dao Palace is located in the north facing the south, emphasizing the azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right. Didn't you see that Miamo Xian Palace is also located in the north facing the south? Yes, this disciple just suddenly thought of it. That's why I was surprised. Chang'e nodded. Also, this old woman was careless. I was only thinking about how the immortal mansion was unearthed. Between the Clouds and the Water's actions made this old woman realize that Mount Yao couldn't be an immortal mansion. If Mount Yao is an immortal mansion, then the exit must be in the south of Mount Yao. Between the Clouds and the Water occupies the south side of Mount Yao, so it naturally has a reason to find the exit first. Chang'e suddenly understood. And Between the Clouds and the Water allowed others to search the mountain for a long time, so they probably just thought of the key point. Exactly. That's why let the male disciples fish in troubled waters. Maybe they'll find something. Otherwise, if between the clouds and the water finds the exit quietly, wouldn't we have come in vain? Nanjingyi's somewhat relaxed mood just now became bad again. She looked outside and said, "Where's the Misty School? What's the news?" Chang'e was stunned and said in a low voice, "Sect leader, the outer sect disciples have just received the order. I'm afraid the news won't come until tomorrow." Sigh. It's really one trouble after another. Why are they all gathered together? At this moment, a voice sounded from the south side of Mount Yao. Disciples of various sects on Mount Yao, there's not much time left. There's only 1 hour left. Come down quickly. If you don't obey the order, you'll have to bear the consequences. Sect leader. It doesn't seem to be that fast. Chang'e said in surprise. If it were up to me, why would I give them 4 hours? I'll chase them away as soon as I see them. After all, no one can guarantee that there won't be any accidents during this period of time. Sure enough, in less than an hour, another signal came from the south side of Mount Yao. Chang'e looked up at Nanjing-yi and saw that there were still many disciples of various sects on Mount Yao. She said coldly, "Go, tell the disciples to go up and clean up. Kill those who should be killed." Since these disciples of various sects have just come up from the incense cult's defense, it means they don't put us in their eyes. Moreover, our disciples have already shouted at the foot of the mountain. We've already done our duty. Sect leader, kill without mercy? Chang'e was a little hesitant. Yes, kill without mercy. Nanjing-yi didn't hesitate and waved her hand. In Jianghu, it's either you die or I live. How can there be so much mercy? I've brought you out to see some of the real Jianghu. Yes, this disciple understands. Chang'e retreated. Not long after, the disciples of Incense Cult, the Alliance of Righteous Tao, the Dalan Temple, and Between the Clouds and the Water all took out their weapons and rushed up Mount Yao immediately. Screams came from the 3 sides of Mount Yao. The disciples of various sects who were still on Mount Yao and didn't want to come down because they wanted to see what was going on before making a decision were now filled with regret. They wished they had followed the disciples who had already gone down the mountain and left obediently. It seemed that it was too late to leave now. A disciple of Cheonghua Island heard the screams not far away and saw the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water using their lightness skills. He immediately threw down the weapon in his hand and stood there obediently with his hands raised high. At the same time he shouted, "Senior brothers, it's my fault. I'll go down the mountain now. If I don't come up here," before he could finish his words, 2 disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water closed in on him. Without saying anything, they swung their sabers and chopped at him. They turned a deaf ear to the disciples' words. The pitiful disciple had originally held on to some hope, but when he saw the cold gleam of the 2 sabers striking his body, he realized that what the Shueyun Den had said just now is true. They wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. With 2 slashing sounds, the 2 disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water didn't mind the unarmed disciple of Cheonghua Island running away. They had already blocked all the possible escape routes. The 2 sabers hit the vital parts of the disciple's body. The body of the disciple of Cheonghua Island went limp. His face was still filled with regret. He died on the spot. The 2 disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water didn't even look when they saw that the disciple was cut down. They directly stepped over the corpse and chased after the others. However, what they didn't notice was that the corpse of the disciple of Cheonghua Island was lying on the ground. The wounds caused by the sabers were dripping with blood. Drop by drop, the blood slid down the skin and dripped onto the ground. This should have been normal. However, after a while, the blood that should have been decreasing didn't coagulate. Instead, it increased. Drop by drop, it turned into streams of blood that flowed onto the ground. What was even more strange was that the blood didn't stop when it dripped onto the lush grass. Instead, it directly seeped into the ground, leaving no trace behind. Not long after, the corpse of the disciple of Cheonghua Island became pale and slightly dry. This strange phenomenon didn't only happen to the corpse of the disciple of Cheonghua Island. All the disciples of the other sects who were killed were the same. However, the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water were killing the disciples of the other sects on the mountain. The disciples of the other sects were running away in panic. Who would care about such a small matter that no one knew about? At this moment, everyone at the foot of Yao Mountain realized that the four sects were really going to be ruthless. The people of the other sects were dumbfounded. They thought that the law doesn't punish the masses. Although the four sects of the immortal Tao were powerful, they wouldn't go against the entire Jianghu. They miscalculated the determination of the four sects of the immortal Tao to get the immortal mansion. They also miscalculated the situation they were in. Naturally, they would have to pay the price with blood. However, they definitely wouldn't dare to rush up Yao Mountain to save people. In the midst of the emergency, they suddenly heard that people were going up to clean up the four sides of Yao Mountain. However, there were no screams coming from the north side of the Dalan Temple. Quick, let's go to the Dalan Temple and ask the elders to uphold justice. This killing people like scything flax is simply a demonic method, a sect elder shouted. Yes, let's go. Even if we can't stop them, we have to make the disciples on the mountain run to the Dalan Temple. Everyone came to a realization. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.